And I was in there all day today. I was in there all day chopping it up with the niggas, doing voice messages. I was in there all day just chilling. So if you want to just hang out with me, the low price of $100 every month at AmericaFirst.plus, it's only for rich people. This is for drop shippers. This is for sports bettors. This is for polymarket winners. This is for winners. This is not for broke people. You know, the other day I responded to a super chat. Somebody said, why does everybody hate the boomers? And I said, honestly, it's cope. It's young people that are coping for being broke. I said, it's actually easy to make money. You're just not smart enough to do it. And oh my gosh, everybody crashed out in the replies. People said, easy for you to say you're just begging online for donations. That's not true. It's actually really hard. No, it's not. It's easy. You're just too stupid and lazy. It's called the elect. It's called you were chosen by God to be poor. You know, those that have shall have more. Those that have less, even what little they have, it will be taken from them. Here's a little piece of advice. Those that have shall have more. Those that have less, even the little they have will be taken from them. Okay, listen and learn. So this is for rich. This is not for complainers, whiners, people that hate boomers. We don't hate boomers. We're celebrating every day with boomers. We used to dream about times like this, okay? We used to wish for times like this. We're celebrating with boomers. It's not for whiners and complainers and losers. It's for winners and drop shippers. This is for people. This is for day traders. This is for people that create digital brands. This is for the rich. You know, the rich don't really get enough credit these days. Everybody's trying to kill them. The rich are honestly the landlords, the rich. They honestly don't get enough credit. Everybody's trying to kill them right now. Luigi Mangione's trying to kill them. People are trying to burn their houses down in the Palisades successfully, I will add. A lot of beautiful, wonderful people had their houses destroyed in the Palisades fire because some resentful poor person tried to kill all of them. Zohran Mamdani wants to take all their money and waste it on free public buses and grocery stores for drug addicts and vagabonds. It's honestly disgusting. What is this, a Soviet Union? So this is just a nice, it's a little treat. It's as a treat. You get to talk to me as a treat, and it's only for the rich. It's really special. Now, we're having fun. We're having fun with it. That's AmericaFirst.plus. I also want to talk a little bit about this. Before we get into the news, dude, everybody is so mad at me for being a Democrat. What is going on? Cancel culture is back in full force. Think about it. The Republican Party is like the new Democrat Party. What am I, a slave? What am I, a nigger on the plantation? That's how it feels. Because I remember there was a time 10 years ago, remember this? Republicans went to black people and said, hey, what do you have to lose? Republicans came to the black Democrats and said, just because you're black doesn't mean you need to vote Democrat. They said, the Democrats don't own your vote. They come to the ghetto every 4 years, ask you for your vote, and then they do nothing for you. What do you have to lose? Try it. Vote Republican. And do you remember? Any black person that put on the MAGA hat was lynched by the Democrats and canceled. And, you know, lately I've been flirting. You know, who told you I flirted? I've been flirting with this idea of becoming a Democrat. And now Republicans want to lynch me. Republicans literally want to come to Berwyn at my house where I live, and they literally want to lynch me because I want to vote for the Democrats. So I say this week, I said, look, I'm a moderate Democrat. I'm a moderate Democrat. I want an immigration moratorium. I want Jewish media to be destroyed. I want Israel defunded. I'm a moderate Democrat. Okay, I'm an Afro-Latino moderate Democrat. I want the Trump administration to be impeached. I want this criminal enterprise to be shut down. And all day today, I'm just getting attacked. He came out as a Democrat. He's a shill. We always knew. He's a traitor, this and that. You guys are taking this way too seriously. The partisanship is out of control. And honestly, here's just what I would say to anybody that doesn't get it. This is just true. And to be a little bit serious here for a second, what exactly do the Republicans do for any of us? Here's a question. What have the Republicans done for any of us right now? Think about where we are. They promised us no new wars. We are in a war with Iran. Totally insane. A war of aggression, war of choice for Israel. It's already cost us probably $50 billion. All our bases got destroyed. Gas is $6 a gallon in Chicago. So what happened to that? No new wars. We got Israel's wet dream, which is regime change war in Iran. Probably literally the last thing we need. What else? They promised us mass deportation, the largest mass deportation operation in history. Remember that? What did they announce today? Well, they're shelving the program to fast-track new ICE agents. That's canceled. That's done. And at the same time, what else did they announce? They're considering legalizing DACA recipients and farm workers that are here illegally. The Trump administration is once again considering giving an amnesty in the form of H-1A visas or seasonal farm work visas to illegal aliens working in the agricultural sector, and giving amnesty to the DACA recipients deferred action on child erotic, the dreamers. And obviously we have no mass deportations. That got rolled up a few weeks ago, and it really never even got on the ground. Now Tom Holman is going out there and saying, it's coming, it's coming. Okay, when? After the midterms, when Democrats control the House, after they shut down DHS for a few months, just to deprive ICE of funding, to shut exactly that program down, I will be back. So what else? They promised us disclosure on the Epstein files, on 9/11, on the Kennedy assassination. Have we gotten any of that? No. They still have 3 million Epstein files they never released, and the 3 million that they did release were heavily redacted. And the Trump administration says they're not opening any new investigations, they're not pursuing anybody in connection with those files, they're not going to pursue any leads from the files. How about this? They said they were going after Fauci, Obama, the Clintons. Trump himself said they're letting Bill Clinton off the hook. Obama, has he been indicted? Remember last year, Tulsi Gabbard came out and said there's going to be something on that. Today, they said they're going to let the statute of limitations on Fauci run out. They have no interest in going after him. So they have given us nothing, absolutely nothing. No new wars, no mass deportations, no disclosure on the Epstein files, no indictment of our enemies. We have gotten nothing. But the donors have gotten everything. Israel is very happy. They're very happy campers. They've gotten their wars, they've gotten their foreign aid. AI and little tech, they are very happy. Palantir is now in 4 departments and agencies. Anduril is getting contracts from the Pentagon and so are all those companies. Anthropic is out, and OpenAI is in. There's a moratorium on AI regulation being pushed around in many different states. And how about Wall Street? They got their permanent corporate tax cut last year. So that's the deal when you vote Republican. That's the program. The voters get nothing. The donors get everything. The donors get betrayed on literally every issue. We get none of the reaction and everything we didn't want. And the donors get absolutely everything. So what are we supposed to do at this point in time? Here we are at the midpoint in the presidential term. That's how it is on. What exactly are we supposed to do? Vote Republican harder, vote Republican more? Why would we? And there's only 2 parties. So what are we supposed to do? Stay home? What I'm doing in this election is voting Democrat. I'm telling other people to vote Democrat, and I'm not liberal, I'm not progressive, I'm not left-wing in any way, as you know. Democrats have literally condemned me on the Senate floor. Democrats in the House election, they subpoenaed me and deposed me and froze my money and put me on the no-fly list. So I don't love the Democratic Party, and I'm not left-wing at all. I'm not even I'm reactionary. But partisanship is not a permanent part of your identity. It's something that you do. And this is about taking the power back from the Republicans. The Republicans think that they have us boxed in. They think that we are hostages, and they think they can get away with anything because we have no other option. Am I wrong? The Republicans fuck us over every single time because they know that most of you are too stupid or too loyal or too naive to think that you have another option. They will tell you every year, what are we going to do? Vote for a Democrat? What are we going to do? Let the Democrats win? And so we are expected to endlessly swallow a shit sandwich because they believe we are a captive audience, that we are a hostage. We have no other options. There's nowhere else to go. We're totally boxed in. So we have to keep voting for these terrible candidates. We have to keep voting no matter how much they betray us, how many promises they break. We're going to do it if we show up, hold our noses, and pull the lever for the Republicans because that's the only way we can ever go. So why am I doing this radical, controversial, provocative thing? Why is the most far-right person going for the left-wing party? To demonstrate that we still have the power, actually. We do have options. You have options. We are not hostages. We are not boxed in. You can leave at any time. They tell us, what are you going to do? Vote for a Democrat? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do exactly that. And they're going to say, but that's going to hurt you. That's going to be bad for you. Well, it can't be much worse than the insult and the betrayal that we have been expected to swallow for the past 2, 4, 6, 10 years. Where's our border wall? We're still in Iraq. Where's our terrorist schedule? Where's our infrastructure bill? Where's anything that we've been promised since 2016, since 2012? For that matter, we still have Obamacare. And they say, what are you going to do? Vote for Democrat? Yeah, I am. For no reason other than it's a fuck you to the GOP. And we can afford to lose this one. This is acceptable loss. I'm going to tell you what. In a state like Ohio, where we're going to vote Democrat against Vivek Ramaswamy, Republicans have a supermajority in both chambers of their legislature. It's fine. A Democrat can be the governor. She'll be out in 4 years. And in the meantime, we got Republicans in control of the legislature. The damage is controlled. And the same is true at the federal level. We give Democrats the House, maybe the Senate, but Republicans have the presidency until 2028. It's called checks and balances. So it's not like the damage is totally unmitigated. The damage is controlled. We're going to set a Democrat legislature against a Republican president to slow down the pace of things, to send a message. These are acceptable losses. And it's worth it. It's worth it to take the power back and to remind Republicans, we can be so critical. We can play both sides too. They play both sides all the time. They do it all the time. Think about when Kevin McCarthy raised the debt ceiling for Joe Biden asking nothing in return. They do it all the time. Republicans and Democrats have collaborated on the wars, on free trade, on the destruction of the economy, on many, many things over the years. And by the way, so have the donors. How many of the donors, even some cabinet members, how many times have they supported us? Bill Ackman, Tom McGuire, these are lifelong Democrats that became Republicans. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong Democrats that became Republicans. Why is it that only the political class and the donors, only they get a choice? Only they get genuine choice and discretion in the election. They move their money around based on who works for them, and the politicians move around based on what's politically viable. But we, the voters, we have to be corralled and herded into one camp, and you can never leave. Or else you're a traitor to the GOP. What even is the GOP? It's atheists, Indians, Jews, gays. What is the GOP even? I mean, the GOP is horrible, and they have done nothing for us. We need to be loyal to them. When are they going to start being loyal to us? Ever. Once. They're giving us Vivek Ramaswamy in Ohio. We have to be loyal to the GOP. Why? So this is why I'm a Democrat in 20 cents. I know I'll be a Democrat forever. I'd like the Republican Party to win me back. Enough, shouldn't it? I'm a white man in my late 20s. I'm rich. I'm extremely conservative. I'm a social conservative. It should be really easy for the Republican Party to get me back, shouldn't it? Why should anyone in my demographic profile ever even consider voting Democrat? Why would that be the case? Only unless we're fucked it up like that. I'm voting Democrat based on the results of the past 2 years, and if the conditions improve, if we get a good candidate in 28, if we get a good platform in 28, maybe I'll consider coming back. But I'm not. I'm uncommitted right now. And that's where everybody needs to be. This is called taking the power back, taking your leverage back. Why would we give away all of the leverage? The second you tell somebody, I'm never going to leave. No matter what, you got me. No matter what, I'm buying from you, I'm voting for you, I'm staying with you, in any negotiation, in any relationship, in any situation, when you tell somebody or some entity, no matter what happens, I'm with you, all you're telling them is you can treat me any way you want. And there's no cost. There's no risk. And that's how you lose negotiation every single time. That's what we're doing with the GOP. No matter what, we'll vote for you. Give us the shittiest candidate, break every promise, do everything you said you wouldn't do. We'll still be there. We'll be angry. We'll be there reluctantly, but we'll be there. Because you're right. We can never let the Democrats win, so you got us. That's why it is the way it is. That's why it is the way it is.
Training mode!
You know, we can't go that far. Well, you know what? I don't like what we're getting. I don't like what we're getting from the Republicans, and I actually have dignity. At least voting for Democrats is affirming something that is good, which is we're punishing the people that betrayed us. I'm not going to get stabbed in the back 6 million times, and that's here's my vote. Maybe you'll get that on track next time. I want you. Donald Trump is promoting.
Ready, go!
And saying that Tucker and Candace and Megyn Kelly are not MAGA. We all like Tucker and Candace and Megyn Kelly. I don't always get along with them, but the things that they're saying are the things we all believe in for the most part. So every day, Trump is attacking us, the people that represent us, and elevating the people that hate us and represent everything that we despise. We're going to reward this? You have to be a complete idiot. Do the logic, and then people say, well, I'm just not going to vote. Do the logical thing. Vote for the party that is going to visit pain and punishment on the people that have sold us out and betrayed us. I'm voting for the wrecking ball. I'm voting for destruction. I'm voting for the destroyer. I'm voting for Vishnu. Not Vivek, I'm voting for Vishnu. I'm voting for Bane. I'm voting for a reckoning against the GOP. That's all that is. Burn it down. I want this administration and everybody in it to be destroyed so that in 28, the Republican primary field will be open for a genuine challenger. Because that's going to be the next story. Everybody that was in this administration is a failure. Vance, Rubio, Hegseth, they're all failures. They're all complicit in this. They have to be weakened so that they cannot win the primary in 28. They have to be sufficiently weakened so that a insurgent dark horse has a chance, has an opportunity at running as an outsider in 28 against the legacy of this garbage administration. That is the only thing that's going to work. And I know a lot of people are not riding with that, but frankly, those people don't know the first thing about politics. I see people saying, why is he going for a Democrat? I've explained this literally every day for like a year. So at that point, it's just a rhetorical question. The people that are not getting this are either complete NPCs and retarded, or they don't know the first thing about politics. But everything I'm saying makes absolute sense. This is the only way we can play. The Republican Party is the only game in town if we want to oppose leftism, and that is why we have to defeat the conservatives in the GOP and replace them with nationalists. So we have to weaken the GOP so that it can be hijacked and taken over. That's it. That's the play. So anyway, so I've been saying this for a long time. I'll say it again. I'll keep saying it throughout 2026. Let's have some fun with it. Yeah, I'm a Democrat. I'm a Democrat because the GOP has screwed me over. They've given me nothing. I'm burning my MAGA hat. They betrayed everything. They took it too far this time. War with Iran, burying the Epstein files, or trying to. Amnesty for DACA. You took it too far this time. You have royally pissed us off. You have exceeded what people even imagined would be the disappointments of this administration by far. People that thought this was going to inaugurate a golden age now don't even want to vote in the midterms because they fucked it up that bad. So what else can you do? They're not listening. They're not hearing us. The only thing they can understand is defeat. That's the only thing they will understand is a loss. Make them lose. That's the only language they understand. So anyway, that's that. But I do want to move on. I want to get into our news here for the night. I want to get into our featured story here. It's what it is. It's what it is. And yeah, I just don't know how people are not getting that. We're gonna move on though. I do want to get into our news. Featured story tonight is about our new Democrat colleagues here, our new Democrat allies. Pretty based. And like I said at the top of the show, I actually haven't seen any big news about this. You know, I read all the papers. I read the New York Times.
What?
Axios. I did not see this anywhere. This was in the Washington Post today. A group of 20 Democrats in the House of Representatives have written a letter to the White House demanding that the Trump administration disclose that Israel maintains a nuclear arsenal. And this is a huge deal. For those that don't know, Israel is a nuclear-armed country. I think everybody knows this at this point. There's only about a dozen nuclear-armed countries in the world, and you probably know them. It's the US, Russia, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and Israel. But the difference is, unlike all these other countries, every other country in the world discloses and acknowledges that they have nuclear weapons. We know that France has nuclear weapons because they have declared them. We know that Russia has nuclear weapons because they have declared them. And so everybody knows what everybody has. The one country that this does not apply to is Israel. Israel has, since the mid-1960s, okay, so for 60 years, Israel has maintained a clandestine, undeclared nuclear arsenal. We don't know the exact size, but it's estimated to be anywhere between 200 and 300 nuclear bombs, nuclear warheads. And they have two methods of delivery. They have missiles, they're Jericho missiles, and they have submarines. There's speculation that they have submarine-launched ballistic missiles that can carry a nuclear warhead. So people talk about the means of delivery. Israel's got 2 out of the 3 in the nuclear triad, the other being a strategic air force. Israel does not have that. So it is known, by the way, in the international community, and it is established and it's known among the public, that Israel has nuclear weapons. But it has never been officially disclosed by Israel, and, maybe more concerning, the United States has never acknowledged that Israel has a nuclear weapons program. This has been a matter of policy since the Nixon administration. President Nixon and Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir came to a secret agreement in the late 1960s that the United States would effectively participate in Israel's strategic ambiguity. Meaning, Israel would never declare its nuclear weapons program, and we would never sniff. We would never acknowledge that they have nuclear weapons, even though everybody knows they do, and we know that they do. We won't talk about it. And why is that the case? Well, Israel does not want to declare their nuclear arsenal because they want something called strategic ambiguity. They want their neighbors and their rivals in the Middle East not to know whether they have nuclear weapons, or how many nuclear weapons they have, or where they are, or how they can deliver them. And why would that be beneficial for Israel to maintain this ambiguity? So that all these other countries would be a little bit more careful. A nuclear country realistically cannot lose a war. And it doesn't mean that they literally can't lose. It means you don't want them to lose a war. Because if a nuclear country loses a war, or is at risk of losing a total war against a non-nuclear country, well, the nuclear country will use its nukes. So let's say, for example, that Syria and Egypt invade Israel, and Israel fears that it might lose the war and become occupied and maybe erased from the map. Well, then Israel will use their weapon of last resort, and they will just nuke Egypt and Syria. And that came very close to happening in the Yom Kippur War in 1973. Syria and Egypt simultaneously invaded Israel. Israel was caught completely by surprise. They were late in mobilizing their reserve ground forces, and it looked like maybe Israel might fall. Israel was begging the United States for support. We were dragging our feet. And so what did their Prime Minister do, Golda Meir? She exposed their nuclear weapons in full view of our satellites. And the implication was that if we didn't airlift supplies to Israel, they would use their nuclear weapons against Egypt and Syria, which we definitely did not want to happen. So then we launched the biggest airlift of weapons and supplies to Israel since World War II, or maybe in history. I don't know exactly the numbers. But that is part of their ambiguity. They don't want other countries to know what they're capable of, so that they're not going to push Israel too far. They might not want to win so decisively. They might not want to threaten Israel too much. It is to create uncertainty, so that in order not to risk miscalculation, their rivals will be less aggressive. Let's say in a modern context, if Saddam Hussein does not know where Israel's red line is, when they're going to use their nuclear weapons, Iraq has to do some guesswork. Where is that red line? Is it here? Is it there? And obviously, if you don't want to get nuked, you're going to be pretty conservative in your calculation. If you're guessing where that red line is, you don't want to say it's too far when actually it's closer, because you don't want to trip it. You don't want to cross the threshold. So that means that Iraq or Iran or any other adversary, they're going to be a little bit less aggressive to prevent a miscalculation that results in them being hit with a nuclear strike. So this is the thinking here. And the United States will not acknowledge their nuclear program because we're helping them. We are, in a sense, helping them maintain this deception. We're helping them maintain this ambiguity for their benefit. And it's not really for our benefit. It's actually better for the United States that every party in the conflict knows where the red lines are. It's also actually better for every party, including the United States, to know what Israel has in the context of a nuclear negotiation. So let's talk about, for example, the negotiation over Iran's nuclear arsenal. Why does Iran seek a nuclear hedge? Why do they want centrifuges? Why do they engage in nuclear enrichment? Why are they enriching uranium to weapons grade? It's because they fear that Israel and the United States will attack them. Israel and the United States are nuclear powers. So in order for Iran to deter an attack from nuclear armed powers, they have to achieve parity. They have to get on our level and have the same strategic capability, which is a nuclear arsenal. Or at the minimum, 80% of the way towards a nuclear arsenal so they can quickly build one. So you could say, in a way, that the only reason Iran wants a nuclear weapon in any scenario is because Israel already has one. And that actually would be good for everybody to know. How can we convince Iran that they cannot have a nuclear weapon? You have no right to enrichment. You have no right to nuclear, highly enriched uranium. You have no right even to a nuclear weapon. But Israel does. Israel does, but we won't acknowledge it. We're going to be complicit in their illegal, undeclared nuclear weapons program. But you can't have anything. You can't have a peaceful nuclear program. You can't have enrichment at any level. You can't have a centrifuge. You can't have weapons. Forget even about that. It's just not even honest. So it impedes the ability of countries in the Middle East to calculate effectively, and it also is hindering diplomacy. So to this end, a group of 20 Democrats have written a letter to the White House, and they have said, for these reasons, this policy needs to end. This is not America first. This is helping Israel at our expense. This is helping Israel at the expense of actually every country in the Middle East. We're not being honest with Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Iran. Therefore, it's hindering diplomacy. It's also increasing the risk of some miscalculation that could result in a nuclear war that gets Americans killed. So the Democrats are demanding that the White House change this policy of ambiguity and acknowledge Israel has nukes. And this is a story from the Washington Post. Or pardon me, I think this is from another source quoting the Post. It says, a group of House Democrats is urging the Trump administration to publicly acknowledge Israel's undeclared nuclear weapons program. In a letter to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, more than 24 lawmakers led by Representative Joaquin Castro say that Washington's silence on the program is indefensible amid the war in Iran and the acute threat of military escalation. The lawmakers wrote, quote, the risks of miscalculation, escalation, and nuclear use in this environment are not theoretical. Congress has a constitutional responsibility to be fully informed about the nuclear balance in the Middle East, the risk of escalation by any party to the conflict, and the administration's planning and contingencies for such scenarios. Israel does not acknowledge its nuclear weapons program built in secret beginning in the late 1950s and has no publicly stated doctrine on how it might use those weapons. Castro, in an interview with the Post, said the United States should not refuse to disclose this information about a foreign nation simply out of courtesy when there's so much at stake for our own service members, our economy, and the country. He said U.S. officials speak candidly about the nuclear weapons programs of the United Kingdom, France, India, Pakistan, Russia, North Korea, and China, and Israel should be no different. Last month, a record 40 Senate Democrats voted to block weapons transfers to Israel. According to Pew Research Center, 80% of Democrats now view Israel unfavorably, up from 53% in 2022. Think of that. 80% of Democrats view Israel unfavorably. They shut down weapons transfers to Israel, they vote against foreign aid to Israel, they want to block technology sharing with Israel, and now they want us to disclose Israel's nuclear weapons program. Shapiro says many, perhaps most Democrats, this is an analyst, at this point want to see fundamental changes in the U.S.-Israeli relationship. The first change that these Democrats want to see is for the U.S. to hold Israel to the same standards as other countries on issues such as nuclear weapons. Now, once again, you hate to say it, but this is the America First policy, and it's coming from the Democrats. And by the way, this is the key that unlocks the entire dilemma in the Middle East. What exactly is the root of this current conflict? All of the current conflicts. In Lebanon, in Gaza, in Yemen, in Iran, the root of this conflict really is Israel's undeclared nuclear arsenal. Israel has a stockpile of nuclear weapons that they will not acknowledge exists. At the same time, Israel is prosecuting a proxy war against Iran and all of its allies. Against Hezbollah, against the Assad regime at one time, against Hamas, against the Houthis, and against Iran. Israel is in Iran doing cyber attacks, industrial sabotage, high-level assassinations. And as of last year, with the United States carrying out an all-out air campaign, a naval campaign. And Iran has no means or ability to defend itself. Why? Because Iran does not have a nuclear capability, and Israel does. And that's really the root of the problem. Iran understands that Israel wants regime change in Iran. Israel ultimately seeks to totally dominate the Middle East, so that means that every country is going to be subordinated to Israel or will be destroyed. And Iran is a big nation. 90 million people, huge territory, huge middle class, huge economy supported by natural energy resources. And so Iran is a natural rival of Israel, never going to submit to Israel, and so Israel has to destroy Iran. And Israel is perfectly capable of doing this because Israel has weapons of mass destruction and Iran doesn't. So this is why Iran is in this push to maintain some kind of nuclear hedge. This is at the center of this three-way problem between Israel, Iran, and the United States. Israel pursues regime change against Iran. So Iran is in a race to a nuclear hedge. That race towards a nuclear hedge triggers a non-proliferation impulse from the United States. We cannot allow other countries to get nuclear weapons because there tends to be a domino effect. Israel gets nukes, so all their neighbors want them. Syria wants them, Iraq wants them, Libya wants them. We have to destroy all those countries. Iran wants them. What happens if Iran gets a nuclear weapon? Well, then Saudi Arabia is going to want a nuclear weapon. They're in a proxy war with Iran. And then the MLS is going to want a nuclear weapon. And what happens then when there's four nuclear countries in the Middle East? Then you got Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and then other countries are going to want nuclear weapons. Maybe Turkey will want nuclear weapons. Maybe then Ethiopia, Egypt will want nuclear weapons. This is how this goes out of control. And the more nations have nuclear weapons, one, we are at a disadvantage then strategically against every other country that has them. But also, there's a greater risk of nuclear terrorism, there's a greater risk of nuclear war. And so that triggers our grand strategy, our geopolitical imperative, which is to suppress the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. You see? So Israel wants regime change in Iran. So Iran needs a nuclear hedge. Because they're pursuing a nuclear hedge, now we have to intervene to prevent them from getting one. And what does that look like? Well, that is the current diplomacy with Iran. In this conversation between Washington and Iran, we are telling them, why are we at war with you? Because you cannot have centrifuges. Because centrifuges enrich uranium, and if you're able to enrich uranium, then you can create weapons-grade uranium that can be used as fuel for a nuclear bomb. So that's why you can't have any kind of nuclear program. You can't have any enrichment, any centrifuges. You have to store what you have under all supervision. You have to surrender your stockpile of already highly enriched uranium. And that is something Iran will never do. That is something they will never give up, because the second that they give up their nuclear hedge, they're completely vulnerable to regime change from Israel. And we cannot accept anything less than those things, because as long as Iran has enrichment, and as long as Israel is seeking regime change, then on a long enough timeline, Iran is going to acquire a nuclear bomb, and that is something we can never allow, because then again, it triggers this arms race. And then you've got an arms race and a Persian Gulf, and the UAE is next, and Saudi Arabia after that. They're going to get their blueprints from Pakistan, and now the whole Middle East is nuclear armed. This is where we are. So people say, what do we do about Iran? How do we extricate ourselves from the war? Well, Iran is telling us they will not accept a short-term truce. Why is that? Because they know that if we end the war with Iran today, all we are going to do, the United States and Israel, is we're going to build more weapons to attack them. All we're going to do is stabilize the economy. We're going to get gas prices back down. We're going to get through the midterm. We're going to build more missile interceptors. We're going to repair our bases. We're going to repair our carriers. We're going to replenish our armed forces that are deployed there. And then we're going to take another crack at it and invade again. Or attack again, which might include invasion. And Iran is telling us we are not going to let you off the hook unless we get an agreement on the root causes of the conflict. We don't ever want to fight you again. And what that means from Iran's perspective is an acknowledgement that they can enrich uranium, that they can have centrifuges. In other words, that they can have their nuclear hedge. And why do they need that nuclear hedge? Because they don't trust us, because they know that we can never restrain Israel, which is a nuclear armed power. Iran doesn't know that Israel will never nuke them. Iran doesn't know that Israel will never try regime change, and they will be insulated from any kind of retaliation because they have a nuclear arsenal, which is always their plan B. So how do we get out of our war with Iran? Well, the only way that we can deal honestly and honorably with Iran, how do you get them to give up their right to enrich, their right to have a nuclear program, if we are complicit in Israel's illegal, undeclared nuclear program? We can't. They're never going to trust us. They're never going to deal with us in good faith, and they're never going to build enough rapport that they'll ever agree to concessions that are acceptable to us. So what must be involved in the process is that we actually have to treat Israel and Iran somewhat equally and fairly. We have to restrain Israel. If regime change from Israel is what Iran fears, if a nuclear-armed Israel attacking Iran is what Iran fears, then we have to put Israel in their place. You have to start by acknowledging, yeah, they're a nuclear-armed power. It really isn't fair. How can we expect Iran to give up their enrichment? They don't even have bombs. They don't even have a bomb yet. They don't even have a method of delivery. Iran is not able to miniaturize nuclear warhead and put it on a ballistic missile. They don't even have a method of delivery yet. They don't have a strategic air force. They don't have submarines that can launch a submarine launch ballistic missile. They don't have miniaturization. Israel has 300 warheads on missiles, on submarines, ready to go. How can we tell Iran you can't even have the centrifuges to make the enriched uranium to go into a bomb? They don't even have delivery yet when we are lying about Israel's nuclear program. We can't. So it starts with some honesty where you say, yes, Israel is a nuclear-armed country. They have 300 nuclear warheads pointed at Iran. That is how they're able to engage in all these risky foreign policy decisions that they've been doing for the past 10 years or 20 years. And maybe there needs to be some kind of a reckoning about that. Maybe an agreement from Iran to give up their centrifuges involves restrictions on Israel's nuclear program. Maybe let's start with disclosure. Maybe let's start with some kind of nuclear doctrine. We don't even know how Israel would use their nuclear weapons. Do they have any articulable doctrine on under what conditions or circumstances they would consider using weapons of mass destruction? Because we do. Russia does. We promulgate a strategic doctrine that says only under these circumstances will we use nuclear weapons. And this is really to reassure other countries with these world-ending weapons. Israel, nobody knows what they have, how many they have, that they have them, and maybe more importantly, we don't even know under what conditions they would use them, and how they would use them, and against whom. Would they just use them against Iran, or would they use them against the whole world? Would they use them against every nuclear power? We don't know. And under what circumstances? We don't know. That might be a step in the right direction. If we can impose limitations or transparency on Israel's program, maybe then Iran would come to the table. And at the minimum, forget even about that. I think that would make everybody feel a lot safer. When Israel is bombing Iran and assassinating all their leadership, and when Israel is bombing their civilian infrastructure, when we're bombing their military, we're bombing everything, and Iran is launching missiles at Israel's nuclear facilities and launching missiles at Israel's population centers, it would actually be better for America and American soldiers and everybody else in the region to know at what point do those attacks trigger a nuclear response. That would be better for us to know, because that would make us safer. And that would make us better able to manage the situation and prevent it from escalating to a point where it becomes nuclear confrontation. That would be safer for the United States, safer for the soldiers in the Middle East, safer for our other allies in the region, because we have other allies, safer for Europe. And where is this policy coming from? It's coming from the Democrats. Could you even imagine Republicans sending a letter like this? Of course not. Who are the Republicans? Randy Fine, Lindsey Graham, Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, Mike Waltz is our UN ambassador. Would this ever come from the Republicans? It's time to acknowledge that from a national security point of view, the Democrats are at this point in time more America first than the Republicans. And that's a tough pill to swallow, but it's true. The Republicans have let government officials into the White House who are compromising vital U.S. intelligence and interests with Israel. Our national security advisor, Mike Waltz, from Florida, who was chosen by CC Wiles, he was using an encrypted messaging app to talk to the Prime Minister of Israel. That guy should be in jail. That guy should be under the jail. They didn't even get rid of him. They took him out of that position, and they gave him a new job as the UN ambassador. How is that America first? You're literally compromising national security at the highest levels. Mike Waltz was in constant communication with Netanyahu, lobbying on behalf of Israel as the national security advisor to the White House, President of the United States. And they didn't even fire him. Dan Bongino, his phone was on Israel time, and he was the deputy director of the FBI. This is who is in our government, under the Trump administration. Who are the Republican leadership in Congress? From our side, well, it's Lindsey Graham. It's Randy Fine. It's these kinds of Republicans. Whereas on the Democrat side, throughout Biden's term, you had Democrats that were trying to get a memorandum passed that we wouldn't give Israel 2,000-pound bombs. That we would review whether they were using the weapons we give them in accordance with the laws of war, so that we could stop sending them every class of weapons that they're asking for. And there was enormous pressure inside the Biden administration to shut down the war in Gaza. We confronted Iran but never attacked them under Biden. We tried to negotiate a deal with Iran. And now there's 20 Democrats that want disclosure on Israel's nuclear arsenal. When will people acknowledge? I mean, let's just say it. The Democrats are more America first on foreign policy than the Republicans right now. Bar for bar. All of that is true. Everybody knows the Republican Party is the Israel-controlled party. And it's not to say the Democrats aren't pro-Israel, because they are. And it's not to say the Democrats aren't influenced by Jewry, which they are. Of course. Jonathan Greenblatt at the ADL was a Democrat. The SPLC is a very Jewish organization in that with the Democrats. The Democratic Party is a very Jewish institution and very pro-Israel historically. But let's be honest. Their electorate is 80% against Israel. And there is a progressive faction of the Democratic Party that wants to restrain Israel. And maybe not necessarily always for the right reasons or exactly the same reasons, but it's way more than you can say about the Republicans. And for that, you gotta give them credit and say, you know what? Maybe that alone deserves a vote. Because this war in Iran, everything else is a really big deal. Think about everything the Republicans have done to this country since they've taken power in 2025. They have blackballed Harvard and Yale and Columbia and UPenn. All the Ivy League universities have been basically shut down by the Department of Education unless they accept a pro-Israel curriculum in their Middle Eastern studies departments. And unless they shut down all pro-Palestine organizations and protests. And they won't even admit people in Northwestern University unless they undergo some kind of pro-Israel re-education. That is what is happening under Republican rule at the Ivy League and other highly selective schools and universities. The State Department, Department of Homeland Security, they're reviewing 50,000 visas and visa holders looking at their social media. If you have ever criticized Israel, they're going to revoke your visa or maybe even denaturalize you as a citizen. So now residency and maybe even citizenship in the United States is contingent on whether you support Israel.
Training mode!
You cannot go to the World Cup this summer. You cannot buy a ticket and attend a World Cup match if on your social media you've been identified as an Israel political activist. Okay?
Ready? Go!
Fighting the Houthis in Yemen. We gave Israel $12 billion in foreign aid last year alone. The State Department reviewed every country that received foreign aid and put an injunction on it, subject to that review, except for Israel. Every other country got their foreign aid paused, except for Israel. This is under the Trump government. So if you don't support Israel, you cannot have citizenship, you cannot have residency, you can't go to the World Cup, you can't attend Harvard or Northwestern. We're fighting Israel's wars, we're giving them foreign aid, whereas every other country can't get it. We have a national security advisor that's lobbying on behalf of the Prime Minister of Israel. This is the Republican Party. And that's just a small thing. There's a bunch of other examples. There's that Israeli minister who was caught in a sting, trying to sexually abuse a minor with the FBI. Just let him go. Just let him go from Nevada. There are countless examples like this. That's the Republican Party, and that's the antithesis of America first. How anybody can support that is beyond me. You cannot hold your nose and vote for that. You can't overlook that. That's not one issue among others. Well, no, they're good on some things and bad on other things. They're bad on what? We're going to be some kind of pro-Israel vassal state? Other than that, they're great on everything else. I'm sorry, that's pretty big. So once again, the message here is the Republican Party is not America first. Republicans shouldn't vote for Republicans. I'm going to vote for the party that is playing America first. If Democrats are going to disclose Israel's nuclear program, if they're going to end the war in Iran, if they're going to stop foreign aid, or sending 2,000-pound bombs to Israel, force Israel to some kind of agreement with Hamas and Gaza, then I'm going to vote for the Democrats. Absolutely. People say, what about immigration? Honestly, what about immigration? You see anything about immigration these days? Or is it all about Israel? When's the last time Trump posted something about immigration? All I see him is lacing Mark Levin and Laura Loomer and talking about blowing up Iran and annihilating Persian civilization. People say, what about immigration? Yeah, I don't know. Good question. Where are those mass deportations? I don't see them. Where is that border wall? It's still not built. And by the way, they're not going to build it. They're done with that. That's over. So there's just no more excuses anymore. I think that's over. So huge congratulations to the Democrats. See, this is what we need to see from Republicans. How hard is that? Where's the America First caucus in the GOP? There isn't. I think there's literally one. You got Randy, excuse me, one. You got Alex Nassar in the next. You got 20 Democrats, arguably, in the House that are going to stand up to Israel. You got one Republican. And AIPAC is spending upwards of $10 million, maybe $20 million to try to get rid of them. And Trump is working to make that happen. So are many other Republicans. You got one. That's where we stand right now. So, big ups to the Democrats for trying to thwart Israel. I'm telling you guys, this is the new wave. It is what it is. This is where we find ourselves. And you know what? If we weren't in war with Iran, maybe this wouldn't be as big a deal. Maybe this would be less urgent. But that is where we find ourselves. It's affecting everything. It's affecting Ivy Leagues. It's affecting affordability. Gas is $6 a gallon because of this war. We're constrained in Taiwan because of this war. Republicans are going to get slaughtered in the midterms because of this war. People say you're obsessed with Israel. It's not really that big of a deal. No, it's the Republicans' obsession with Israel that is sabotaging everything. It is their fixation, their obsession, their preoccupation with putting Israel first that is sabotaging every other issue, poisoning the well with everything in the country. Don't tell me that's not true. And even many Republicans agree. They're saying Trump is squandering the generational coalition he built. And in some sense, they're right. We could have been using this political capital for the mass deportation. If we're going to lose the midterms so badly, if Trump is going to have record low favorability, if he's going to have record low approval, if we're going to do this, right? If we're going to blow ourselves up, because that's what we're doing. Trump is more unpopular than he's ever been, more unpopular than Biden, more unpopular than he was in his first term. We're blowing the midterms. That's just not even going to happen. He has squandered his support with the podcast bros, with Hispanics, with Generation Z, with America First Foreign Policy people, with Muslims, with Catholics. If we're going to do this, if we're going to become that unpopular, why would we not blow our political capital doing the deportations? I mean, is that a crazy thing to say? If Trump is committing political suicide for a war against Iran, why would we not commit political suicide to achieve mass deportations? Didn't they tell us we can't do mass deportations because it's too unpopular? We can't do mass deportation. It's too unpopular. We look at the data. We're losing the voters. The podcast bros are turning against us. We're going to lose the midterms, so we can't say the word mass deportations. We can't do them. Well, I don't know if you know this, but the war in Iran is extremely unpopular, making us lose the midterms, killing our approval and favorability. So if we're going to do it anyway, why not blow it on an issue that actually matters? You see what Trump will do for Israel. Why can't he do that for us? It's wishful thinking. You are not in love with Trump. You're in love with what you want Trump to be. You see? People are saying, well, we need to vote for Trump because of immigration. We're not getting immigration. That's never going to happen. You know, we're voting for Trump because even though he sold this out to Israel, we're getting immigration. You're not getting that. But you're not getting that, though. And then people make excuses. They say, we're not getting it because of this, that, and the other. It's like, did those excuses stop him from launching a war in Iran? No. So why do you accept those excuses for not getting deportation? You shouldn't. If he could blow it to topple Iran and not even get it, then why couldn't he blow it to get deportations? Because they don't care. So let's at least get Israel restrained. And then once that happens, maybe the GOP can be liberated, and then maybe it can be a nationalist party. I don't know. But I just want to vote for something that I actually agree with. I'm getting nothing from them. So that's your America First Democratic Party. How can anybody that's against Israel even argue with that? They're literally driving us into World War III. They're wrecking the fucking economy. They're blowing it for Republicans. I mean, this war is ruining everything and might even end the world. And Democrats are the only ones that are saying, you know, maybe it's time to acknowledge that Israel has the bomb. Let's see what the Trump administration says. Let's see what our America First Republicans have to say about that, because they do have to respond. But that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chat. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. To me, it's just a no-brainer at this point. I don't even know how you argue with that, unless you're some kind of Republican NPC. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chat. We'll see what you guys have to say. And just a reminder, we got entropy is out of business. We're shut down by the Jews. So no more entropy. If you want to send a super chat, the only way to do it is through our website, which is af.plus/superchat, af.plus/superchat, or you can super chat on Rumble. But I prefer that you do it on our website. So check that out. af.plus/superchat. That's the way to go. Yeah, they're attacking my money. They're attacking my everything. They're attacking my soul. They're attacking my body, my heart, my mind. They're attacking my bag, my wallet. They're attacking my clips. They're attacking my niggas, my city. They're laying siege to my house. They're attacking me in every way. So you gotta help. You gotta help a nigga out. You gotta help a brother out. All right, but let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. We're all set up. My hair's a little messed up tonight. I'm not happy about that. I should have put something in it, but I didn't. All right, whatever. Oh, it's devastating. Look at that. Are you kidding me? Dude, the weight loss is just... What do you think? The weight loss journey, truly. All right. I really just have to stop every time. You know, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. I didn't used to believe that, but now I totally do. I used to say, no, you have it reversed. Skinny does not feel as good as obese tastes. But, yeah, no, that's definitely not true. Nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. And as somebody that's made the journey, that is 100% true. I look back on my old life and I'm like, yeah, pizza was definitely not that good. It was good, but it wasn't that good. This is better. Being skinny is way better. Oh, you're giving advice to that other guy, thanks. Yeah, we'll think about that. Yeah, true, thank you. Really? Okay, well, I don't really watch his streams, so that's fair. Fair enough. Well, and hey, remember when Ben Shapiro was a never Trumper? Ben Shapiro, yeah, well, let me just do this, okay? Clip this. So Ben Shapiro called me out today. He said that the far right is actually the far left. Nick Fuentes is voting for Democrats. Do not let Ben Shapiro tell you that. In 2016, Ben Shapiro was a never Trumper. You know what that means? Ben Shapiro was perfectly willing to let Donald Trump lose and Hillary Clinton become president of the United States. Why? Because he did not believe that Trump was sufficiently pro-Israel. So the next time one of these Republican analysts says, you can't vote Democrat, you can't stay home, you have to vote Republican, do not forget that almost to a man, all of the conservative pundits, intellectuals, the same ones that are pro-Trump now, they were never Trumpers in 2016. They were perfectly willing to let Hillary Clinton become the president of the United States, and they were fine with that. They preferred that. They thought it would be better. They were all like that. Ben Shapiro intentionally tried to make Trump lose the election. He would have had Hillary Clinton sweep the White House, House, and Senate. And now he tells us 10 years later, oh, you can never vote Democrat? Don't even listen to these people. They play both sides every single time when it concerns Israel. Don't let them tell you you can't play both sides when it concerns America. That's not true. So anyway, yeah, now...
Training mode. Pitch. Ready, go!
Now Shapiro's going to call me out. Oh, Nick Fuentes is a Democrat. He finally admits it. I'm sorry, you wanted Clinton for president because Trump said he would deal with Israel and Palestine. Don't even get me started on that. Yeah, totally. That was terrible. No, because he's explained that 100 times. I love when people say, so, no, don't so me, don't so me. I love when you bury the premise of the, so we don't care. Nobody said we don't care. I investigated that for months. I didn't endorse him for months because of that. He got asked about it and he answered it. So you either didn't hear the answer or you don't care. Either way, fuck you. I love that. So we're just gonna not care? Everybody knows that now. He got asked about it 100 times, and in my opinion, he gave a satisfying answer. It's not that nobody cares, dumbass. I'm going on a show on Friday. We're gonna talk. No, because he's explained that 100 times. I totally vote him out. Abbott's terrible. No, because he's explained that 100 times. I love when people say, so, no, don't so me. I love when you bury the premise of the, so we don't care. Nobody said we don't care. I investigated that for months. I didn't endorse him for months because of that. He got asked about it and he answered it. So you either didn't hear the answer or you don't care. Either way, fuck you. I love that. So we're just gonna not care? Everybody knows that now. He got asked about it 100 times, and in my opinion, he gave a satisfying answer. It's not that nobody cares. I'm going on a show on Friday. We're going to talk about it. You know, I like Crowder. I do. I think he's a honest guy, and I appreciate that he's going to give me the opportunity to engage with him on the subject, but and I hope he doesn't take this personally. In my opinion, I think he's a little bit caught up in partisanship. Because I said, I'm a non-moderate Democrat. I'm an Afro-Latino. Now, obviously, I am voting Democrat. But I said that in a joking way. Like, obviously, the premise is funny. The premise is that the most far-right person is going to call themselves a moderate Democrat. That's funny. Saying Nick Fuentes is a moderate Latino Democrat, like, saying it in that way is a comedic premise. Of course, I'm voting Democrat, though. And he says, oh, really? You're a moderate Democrat? Well, there are no moderate Democrats, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, listen, man, listen. I've explained it many times. If this, and let me put it, well, I want to spoil the show, but I will just say this. If the situation were as follows, let's say we're in a presidential election year, and it's really competitive with the presidency, the House, and the Senate, would I want the Democrats to have a clean sweep? Absolutely not. And if that were the case, I would absolutely not be a Democrat at all. Honest to God. Because if the Democrats have a unified government, then we're fucked. And I totally get it, okay? But that's not the situation. The situation is 126, and most likely Republicans keep the Senate. Even if they don't, it's going to be close. And we're going to have the White House for 2 more years, and we have 6, maybe 7 seats on the Supreme Court, right? Who are the I guess we only have 5 or 6, I should say, right? You got Sotomayor, Angie Jackson, and you still have Breyer. Did he retire? So you got 5, sometimes 6 seats on the Supreme Court. That's pretty good. And so I'm comfortable with us losing the House. I'm comfortable with us losing some other choice races because there's checks and balances. So that's what I'm comfortable with. When he says, there are no moderate Democrats, like, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. And like I said, I don't really support the aspirations of the Democratic Party. I'm not liberal, I'm not progressive, I'm not leftist, and I don't even know that I would call myself like a lifelong Democrat or something like that. I'm saying I'm voting Democrat in this election as a protest vote. So you gotta understand, it's a very narrow, I'm saying a very narrow thing. When I say I'm a moderate Democrat, like clearly I'm being funny when I say it that way. He's reading it as this very broad thing. Like I identify as a Democrat, I'm totally on board, like I'm pro. No. Like I don't even support the Democratic agenda at all. I've said it repeatedly. I am voting this way in this election under these circumstances for this reason. And again, if the circumstances were different, it'd be a different story. Why do I want the Democrats to take the House? Because they will use their oversight powers to slow down the Trump government. And I think that is good because the Trump government is doing some very bad things. They're prosecuting this war, they buried the Epstein files. By the way, they're not even doing that good of a job on immigration. And they're stealing. And if you're a conservative, you should have a problem with this too. The Trump government is extremely corrupt. There's a lot of embezzlement, insider trading. There's a lot of shady stuff going on. So yeah, I do want the Democrats to get in and slow that down, investigate the corruption, and I want them to materially hurt the cabinet members that are going to run for office in 28 because I think being a part of this regime is disqualifying. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to vote Republican in 28 because then maybe win me back. But like right now, this is the move. So I saw his thing and he's like, oh, you say you're a Democrat? Well, there are no moderate Democrats, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, bro, maybe he just doesn't watch the whole show, which is understandable. Maybe he just saw the clip. But I think he's kind of missing the point a little bit, and that's okay. But yeah, it's just like, he hears the word Democrat and he's like, that's the part that he's always hung up on. Even like with Tulsi Gabbard, like, maybe we need to work on winning over these moderate liberal types. And he's like, which like elected Democrat are you talking about? I'm like, bro, like not really the point. So, but I like Crowder. I know it's going to be a respectful conversation. We're going to be honest with each other, and it's going to be a good debate. I think regardless. So, dude, literally me, bro. You're just like the rest of them, dude. He's the GOAT. Yeah, he's why is he literally me? Why is that literally my life? You know, it's literally my life. Travis Bickle is. I watched that movie and I'm like, dude, he's literally me. What does he do? He drives around all the time. At night. Eats junk food. Does pull-ups sometimes. Totally alone. No friends. Watches TV. Interested in politics, but in like kind of a crazy way. Like he's kind of insane. He's just like wants to burn it all down. He's just like mad. He's just like taking out his societal dislocation on politics, on the political system. So yeah, there's like, yeah, we're very similar. Not in the way that we're trying to save prostitutes or like kill politicians, but the other stuff for sure. He's not even, dude. He's a douchebag. He's a douchebag and an idiot, and he sucked, and I'm right about that. And if people don't get that, you just don't understand politics. People give me a hard time. Why are you calling him out? Blah, blah. It's like, shut up. You just don't know anything about politics. I'm so sick of like NPCs trying to like talk shit. Yeah, we're gonna do that at some point this year. We're gonna get into a new studio, and then we're gonna start. Yeah, maybe like 7 o'clock. I promise. Oh yeah, remember Mr. Medicare? Is he still alive? What even happened to him? Did he die? I thought he was supposed to like die of cancer or something. Is that Kevin? Is that really Kevin? Is that really you? No way. The old AF Discord. Honestly, it's only pain. It's only bad memories. All these like autists. I just got a DM during the show. Like, hey, it's a DM that I'm not mad at that. Hey, what's up? Enduring memories of the old AF. I will get to that in a moment, I promise. The old AF Discord. I remember Joe the Boomer made an impression on me. Yeah, a lot of dark memories though, I can't lie. A lot of people I'm still friends with to this day though, but yeah, a lot of weird people. So. You're right. It's impossible to really transparent. The one point you need to understand those that are main source CDS economize the narrative. They call me the assumption. You, Are we doing this again? Thank you for the big super chat. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't. Thanks. Really? Thanks. You think so? I don't know. I feel like I got my mojo back a little bit. You know, sometimes you gotta be reminded of who you are. So yeah, I feel like I got my mojo back. I was back in my blue period. I was a little down in the dumps, but I dug deep and I returned to my roots and I leaned on my friends. Some of my friends were complete fucking assholes, but some of them were really there for me. And I'm not gonna name any names. But yeah, some friends will just hang out with you in Italy for a week and take you to the spa and eat pasta with you and do cool shit and drive around in the Fiat. And other people will be super inconsiderate and blow you off and treat you like complete shit. And if you died on the street, they walk right over you. They don't even care, and that's okay. It's totally fine, honestly. I'm not even referring to anybody in particular. Other people leave you stranded in downtown LA and won't even give you a ride or call you or anything. But it's whatever. It doesn't even matter that much. I don't even care. Anyway, what's the question? The shows have been fired. Thanks. Yeah, I'm a work in progress. Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. No message. Beautiful. You're depriving a child of their mother. That's my issue. I mean, I guess that's not as bad as surrogacy. It's still bad, but it's not as bad as surrogacy. My argument against gay adoption, the other thing is it's immoral. You're bringing a child into an immoral household. It's not good. It's not good. A child should not have to live and see that normalized and, you know, there's something like scandalous about it. You're scandalizing the child. You know, it would be like a polycule. It'd be, you know, where does it end? We're gonna bring a child into a polycule where everybody's having sex with each other, or, I don't know, some other kind of like immoral arrangement. So yeah, I think it's like corrosive to a child's soul to be brought up in that environment. It's not right.
So what's the death?
It'd be like a tranny adopting a kid. You know, it's like should a child really grow up with like a transgender parent? No.
So what is death now?
I don't know if it's total chud death. You know, I don't want the chuds to die, but the chuds just need to like, I don't know, like relax. Yo! I don't know. Send an email to us, okay? I appreciate the huge super chat. But I can't resolve your technical issue on the show right now. You know that it's just one of those things. I'm not gonna be able to resolve this technical problem with our website while I'm on a live stream. It's just not. It's not possible. But I do appreciate the huge super chat. Thank you so much for the support. I'm gonna try not to be like bothered by the premise of the question because your heart's in the right place. You're trying to support the show. You're supporting the show. But like, please just send us an email and we will respond to you, okay? Send me an email. I do really appreciate the support. And get in touch with us and we will help you. I can't fix the website in this moment though, okay? But I appreciate the huge super chat. 07's in the chat. God bless. Hey, thanks for the big super chat. Appreciate it. Fuck yeah, white ass niggas going hard as fuck for life. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you for the big super chat. I will send the army. Walaikum wassalam. What do they say? Walaikum salam. I will send the army. I will send the Democrats. Yeah, Pakistan's revenge, bitch. Fuck India. Pakistan's revenge. I will send the army. The Pakistanis will descend upon Ohio one last time. Fatwa. Fatwa against India. So true. Thank you. I'm glad you like the monologue and everything. And I'm glad you're voting Democrat. We are sending the army. I am home. I will send the army. I am Pakistan. I will send the army. I'm not following any of that. What's that? Motor company founder, fraud, trans, Nicola Guy, Dick. I don't know what any of that is. Are you a good writer? I don't know. I can't make these decisions for you because I don't know you, okay? I don't know you. Should I start writing? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Like writing what? Lists of people to kill? Like what does that mean? Writing what? Books? I don't know what that means. How old are you? If you're not already writing, I don't know. Do something you're already doing. I don't know. You should just go somewhere else. This is causing me too many problems. Like it's just not. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Should I continue to work my way up the ladder? What does that mean? Where are you? Start writing what? I don't know. Fuck you, dude. Like, you're an idiot. This is terrible. Yo, thank you for the huge super chat. Fist bump to the 9-year-old army. Bro fist. Thank you for the big super chat. Bro fist to the Groiper army. Remember that? That's a throwback. You know, I never got the rainbow cone. Not for any reason. I just never had it before. So no, I usually what do I usually get? I go to Andy's. That's my spot. I go to Andy's and I get the James Brownie. I get the James Brownie Funky Jackhammer, well blended with extra brownies. That's my order. If you want to, it's like my match with 2 honeys. So if you go to Andy's, get the Nick Fuentes, tell them I need a James Brownie Funky Jackhammer with extra brownies, and can I get that well blended? Some of them hate me there, some of them like me. The problem is they know me, so it's like, here we go again, you know. But I don't go there anymore because I'm never hungry, you know. I just stopped eating. But yeah, that's usually the move. Bone beef, and then I do a little Andy's, or I'll do what else? Yeah, that's usually the move. I don't. You're like critiquing my TV habits. I love when people do that. You have terrible taste in video games. It's like, so your identity is about what voice slot you consume. I only play the finest video games. It's like, brother, kill yourself. It's video games, bro. It's pixels on a screen. On a screen, you fucking dumbass. Like, get a life. I saw that somebody said his media takes are atrocious. You identify with like what pixels you watch, you fucking faggot. His takes on television and movies are terrible. I love only the good movies. Fuck you. What do you go to Comic-Con? What do you wear a fucking costume? You fucking faggot. Get a life. What do you like Unseasoned Chicken? Sorry. What do you play? Death Stranding or whatever? You play that video game where you have like a fucking baby and you're carrying around a baby in a suitcase. Oh, sorry. Whoa, you play Dark Souls? Whoa, sorry. Faggot, kill yourself. That was really bad. W. Cleveland. How great is our police? And how great is Cleveland? Remember when Trump said that at the convention? Yo, thank you for the huge super chat. Yo, I appreciate the huge super chat. 07's the chat. Thank you very much for the support. Coming in clutch, guys. Entropy's under attack. I really appreciate you guys helping me out. Amy Cheeks Clash. That's crazy. I just use the Tresemme 2-in-1. You know, the black thing. Tresemme 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner. That's what I can't comment on that. It's once again a legal matter. But I'm glad it brings you some joy. I'm glad somebody's getting some joy out of that. Somebody else besides me. Well, he didn't get deported. He left, but then I guess he got banned. That sucks. The Go. When are me and Sneeko gonna fucking hook up again, man? Linda, pause. When are me and Sneeko? When are we gonna hang out again? I miss my nigga. Man, I really miss my nigga. Where's my nigga? Sneak Goat. We gotta bring it back. We gotta run it back. We need another collab. We need another collab for 26. Collaboration loading. We gotta bring the band back together. Too much division. These Republic Cock, Zio chills are bringing us all down. They're trying to divide us. We need to come together. No more brother wars. Tucker, Candace, Megyn Kelly, absolved. All is forgiven. There's no beef anymore. There is no beef. It's like Marcellus Wallace and Bruce Willis. It's like look, it's over. There's no more beef. No more brother wars. Megyn Kelly, Candace, you are not my op. Tucker, you are not my op. Sneeko, we have to unite. We have to unite the Goyim. Thanks. Nice to hear. I appreciate that. What up, nigga? Yeah, dude, fuck that Slav monkey. Shut up. You're short. Dude, the Goyim fall for it every time. It's insane. Like, it's actually insane. The Goyim are really insane. They'll fall for anything. You tell them, like, hey, we're doing mass deportations tomorrow. Really? Yeah, really, bro. Just vote for us one more time. Yo, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. No message. You know, you're the goat for that. Okay, bye. Yeah. Injun Joe. Yeah, very true. He was more like in the west side, though. He was more like in the north side and the west side. Yeah, Injun Joe, he was a bad man. But, yeah. Yeah, but it's all good now. I got some of the maniac genes. That's a big reason why I don't drink or do drugs, because I would just be a raging maniac. Because I have a very short fuse, bad temper. Could you imagine me if I drank alcohol? So, yeah, we gotta relax. The goat of beating the shit out of people. Well, not really. Thanks for the oatmeal money. Yeah, a little group chat. I love when people do the inside group chat jokes. It's awesome. It's amazing. Hey, I'm part of the thing.
I'm just not being lazy and bored.
True. That's absolutely right.
Rose spent 20 hours, so we cannot wonder how Bengal is fitted in more Jewish control, like Israel. The issue is that sometimes they are in conflict. Israel, maybe this is a show.
Okay.
Just came aboard, 20 hours, still 7 months old. Looks like Shoulder Pants for Aaron Hernandez.
Well, I don't know what Aaron Hernandez is. That's just over my head. The suit is 7 months old. I think I got this 3 months ago. What would the suit age? I don't know what that means.
Same sex, $20.
People just saying suit this shit
$20.
for all time.
You mentioned Alham during the show. Here's an extra free shekels of reconciliation.
Thanks.
Our $5 $70. What's your opinion on how $1 raise?
No,
$1 and $10. Trust sessions. Basically,
No,
$70. Prior to the segment being invited to the show. Fly win.
C7, C8.
And help some level of CSR. Some $20. Democratic 26 to feel good to win. Any thoughts on the election? Shows on $5.
Nope.
Even the Trump administration capitulates the Iranian 14-point peace proposal or any sort of peace proposal with Iran. Israel will just end up breaking the ceasefire agreement in the US goes back to square one. Netanyahu, listen, thanks for the show.
Wow. Hot take alert. Thank you for the big super chat. Thanks for breaking it down for us. Thank you for breaking it all down. It's super helpful.
You are $100. You and I are great friends already. Hope you don't mind. Johnny, $6 do podcast. He has huge respect for you. Most of the writers are really AF.
Yeah. The real hate, dude. Your strategy is terrible. I'm not promoting that at all. I don't support what they're doing. I'm not promoting that. That is idiotic. If you watch what's happened over the past 5 years and you think we need another like militia, you're an idiot.
These insults here are $26 literally. So without it, it's not away money to victory.
Okay, I explained it already.
Yeah,
Thanks for the help.
my favorite part of the show is about you, but you really have to solve $1 million in
You like that one?
Hope you $100. Let's like the Winnipeg, Los Angeles was named after Chicago.
Really?
Wow. Shout out to my farmers in the Big W.
Thanks for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, interesting. I never knew that. I never been to Winnetka in LA, I don't think. But I've been to Winnetka up here. Very nice. Very nice. Love the inside.
Seaside, you sent $20. Jason WH liaison to Jewish community for free. Found never back. Seaside, stay back. Wow. Vacation home in Seaside.
Interesting.
$8.99. You wake up to the book tomorrow. What's the first word you get to the church?
I don't know, bro.
Oh, be-based. What's all be-based? Everyone has to wear a veil in the church now. All the women have to wear veils, and we should all go to Latin mass, and we should all be based all the time.
I've seen a lot of people talking about other countries switching on US since the straight closure. Could this be a positive side effect of the war?
No, it's kind of complicated.
$25. And real security in small business. If you're first generation American, mass just CFU.
Well, okay.
Britain sent $20. Oh, yeah, we should hang out sometime.
Sure.
Daily sent $44.
Yo, thanks.
Daily sent $20. You heard the post a new dog whistle.
No, I haven't. Post. What, Postman. I like Postman. I like Postman a lot, but the guy has clearly never been through like the whole thought war incel thing, because it's like I like 9 out of 10 Postman TikToks, and then he does a TikTok where he's like, "Don't let anybody tell you not to get married. Like women are mythical creatures," and you're like, goodness gracious, like. But hey, we love Postman. It's okay. It's totally fine.
I don't go. Name your completely land.
Oh, that's got to be is it Lesotho or Swaziland? It's one of them is on the border with Mozambique, I think. And the other one is totally within South Africa. I think it's Swaziland that's completely inside of South Africa. Am I right? But it's also like Vatican City, and there's got to be a few, right? Completely landlocked by another country. Yeah, that's got to be a few, right? Vatican City for sure. And yeah, and I think it's. Oh no, it's Lesotho, not Eswatini. Okay. But I knew it was one of them. I knew the other one there. I just got them mixed up. I knew it was Vatican City, no? I mean, the Vatican's landlocked. So, bang, there you go. And, oh, you said every country, it's not just one. Okay, so there's multiple. Okay. So it's Vatican, it's. Am I saying it right? Lesotho, Lesotho. What are the other ones? Completely landlocked by another country. Let's see. By one country. So it'd have to be like totally within. It's not Andorra, not Monaco, not San Marino. Or San Marino landlocked? I don't know if it's coastal or not. Not Liechtenstein, because it's between borders. Other countries totally landlocked. Let's think. Now let's really think here. Brunei? No, Brunei's coastal. Singapore's coastal. Let's see. Yeah, it would have to be just those two, right? Those would have to be the only two. Unless I'm missing something. I don't think I am. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's got to be it. Completely landlocked. They would have to be totally within. Yeah, so it's got to be just those two. Yep. Yeah. There it is. Bang. There you go. Yeah, I think that's it. Eswatini, no, because Eswatini borders Mozambique, so it's landlocked by both South Africa and Mozambique.
In growing up, $20. What's your take on Canada's 40,000 acre data center just not approved in Utah?
I didn't really read anything about that.
$20. It's actually really simple. You have 2 choices in 26. You can either look at the
Well,
hey,
don't threaten me with a good time, okay? No, that's a joke. Being a cuck is in. Haven't you been watching Chat Champion? Haven't you been listening to Cuck by Ye? Don't frame it that way. You can either vote Democrat or get in the cuck chair. It's a tough one. Joking, of course. That's just a joke. Look, your girl is going, so maybe there's something ascended there. But no, yeah, you're totally right. We have to vote Democrat, no cuck chair. Mog the Zog, get in the Democrat chair. I hear they feed their cows instead of bringing the there. I'm sure that's the biggest load of bullshit of all time. You think you can taste what the cows were eating, you fucking idiot? Oh, here they feed their cows real stuff. Shut up. What the cows were eating, too many seed oils here. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, we can taste what the cows were eating. You gotta be the dumbest idiot of all time to really believe that. I could taste the grass the cows were eating. Dude, shut up and eat your fucking Big Mac. Go Max! We like Candace. Go Max. I don't play poker, but thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, right. They literally disavow me every day. Yeah.
First off, you $10. Love the show, man. You are go. I'm still of the opinion that if I made a difference, it would be illegal anyway. Your geopolitics are the game.
Okay, well then whatever.
He made $25. Crowder seems so hard to control opposition to the fullest extent it seems. I never even had Trump support him.
No, he's like Alex Jones. He's just like a true believer in the GOP or whatever. Like I don't think he's controlled opposition. I think he's just a true believer, and that's okay.
Roy Allen $20. Thoughts on Spence
Still
Pratt? Nip 67 $25. Plaza love much.
Is that true, bro? Come on, Clav. Please help me help you. Is that true? Please don't let that be true.
Basement $20. Call on Trump and Iran. Now to your critical blood. I'm starting to think that Zionist is one of the best attribute units. Zion FU. Haters say $150. Lars Gami. Sorry, Russia. They're doing the GOP. Over for the government. Declare yourself to be America. Enforce net policies.
Snack time. Then what? Nap time coloring books. You fucking.
$100. Nickel tonight. We all know America first Democrats.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, I did it. I won. Now everyone's a Democrat. I sealed the deal. Thank you.
$140. Rated underscore less than 3.
Okay, just about the name. Thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate it.
Going on people. The NTC going on debating. James right for him. No, you hear me.
Okay, thanks.
Maxwell Polish $10. Have to explain yourself down pointless. You will need to charge. Can't hold everybody at your hand. Buffalo Bats $10. White House needs going down spot. New Orleans $10. I'm Catholic live in a town of 1,200 people in the West. I'm not going to church. Every Saturday night. These are $10. Have you seen the Lawrence Shields? Some military organizations saying they have these muscular Christian leadership. Have you met that guy? They will hide your movement.
Good luck.
Vortex Roy $700.
Yo, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the telegram.
Hey, thanks for the big super chat. What was the telegram? Did I forward something? I don't know what you mean.
$100.
Yo, thanks for the big super chat. Yo, thanks for another no message. That's so clutch, guys. Thank you so much.
$100. Thanks for the show.
Hey, thanks for dude. W White Rican helping the nigga out. Appreciate it.
Info we missed. Yeah, we got Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Very few people can be speechless.
Yeah, he got Alex Jones, the goat. The goat. We just needed to hit the A button again. We gotta get him to hit the A button. Where'd he go? My goat. All right, that's our last super chat. That's gonna do it for me tonight. Yeesh, some of these super chats really suck tonight, but I tried to hold it together for you, even though I'm really hungry. All right, well, that's our last super chat. That's gonna do it. Excuse me for me. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. Thank you to our top super chatters. Huge special thank you to Femina Fides, Diversity Stole My Bike, The White Regan, John Blackwell, TB Coda, John Supreme Lolly, Detroit Groipist, Groiper Forever, Titty Sprinkles, Chatter, Tokyo Blender, Upgrade, Vortex, Groiper, and Kanye West Telegram. Thank you to them. Thank you all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. It's going to be only America.
Like, play audio tracks 2 and 3, or are the VODs different, or?
I remember there was some.
Big fan of Mike Pence. So I came specially with a Mike Pence quote.
Wait. Oh, he filmed fire and liking.
Coming. Yeah. It's
For him
I'm sure it skews a little bit more on the left. Yeah. It's like twice as much.
shooting and killing the healthcare exec, which is not good.
If you look at the polling, it is more profound among left of center respondents.
It's not even remote.
I would have to look at that polling. I feel like there was one poll done on this, and I hate this stupid fucking poll. It was like, do you think it's ever, the wording was vague enough. It was like, do you think it's ever necessary to engage in political violence? It was something like that, or is it ever justified, or something. The answer to that question, if you really think about it, the answer should basically be 100%. Like, the country was founded on insurrection. Like everybody should agree that some kind of political violence is justifiable, assuming, like, if the government was coming to, like, steal your children, or if the government was coming to, like, like, kill all the Jews or black people, or coming to steal your rights or your... Like, it's just like, it's such a vague, stupid question. And it's like, it's so crazy to me that, like, at least for the conservatives, maybe on the left you could say no, but, like, for conservatives who are like, well, the main reason why we have the Second Amendment is to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. Well, that's political violence, right? Like, I feel like the question is so stupid.
100%. And at the end of the day, like, I'm glad you guys can so always point to things Republicans are saying, and
The answer is always going to be answered differently depending on who's currently in power. Yeah, probably, and your attitudes towards, like, the current administration and everything. I imagine that to be true. I understand how people engage with it in a little bit more of a shallow way, but it's just kind of silly to use it as evidence for which side might be more radical or dangerous or likely to commit crime or whatever. Although I will say, there is a complaint that I've had, that I've said a billion fucking times, the left is more violent today than they were 10 years ago, and I think a lot of that framing is this sloppulous bullshit and the sucking off of these fucking loser rich kids like Luigi Mangione, and all the billionaires are our enemy, we need to go kill them all. I think it's pretty fucking cringe and stupid.
never going to... You could list a million things that you find inappropriate or incendiary that a Republican says, conservative says, and I could go on the list and condemn it with you very, very easily, because that's how I feel. But it's interesting how you guys are constantly pointing to things conservatives are saying, whereas we can sit here and constantly point to things that leftists are doing that actually results in shots being fired and people actually getting shot. So it's not...
She's completely right about this. It's not even close.
Equal. The idea that this is a problem on both sides is equal. The idea that people...
It's a false equivalency that's being created so they can wash the problem away and act like they don't have to engage with it. Because if they say that, well, both sides are doing this, they can effectively say that they're free of guilt from encouraging it themselves because everybody's doing it.
Continue to say it is, and yet it's not any leftist podcasters getting shot in broad daylight in college campuses, thank God.
You guys won't even acknowledge... there have been multiple terrorist attacks, either attempted or actually against, Democratic lawmakers. I think everybody knows that, but it's just such a... Some people are like, I should have brought up that the majority of left political violence over the last 3 decades or whatever has been left versus right. The reason why I don't bring that up is because no conservative believes that. They all think that all those things are fake. And now the government has removed that from their own website, so I can't even really cite the government on that because the government doesn't even stand by it anymore because it was the Trump administration. So it's not even worth it.
Not Biden, who was shot at 3 times, thank God. is it 3 or 4? You're losing count even of how many times Trump's been shot at. So you can talk about words all day, and words do matter, but then you have the real life consequences and manifestations of those words, and to pretend as if there's an equal playing field of violence going on. I think you guys are very lucky that Republicans and people on the right who actually own guns and know how to operate them are not just as incendiary as you guys, are not trending every other day on Twitter for how we need to take somebody out on the left. I think
he's completely right. 100%. Absolutely.
You guys are very and know how to operate them, are not just as incendiary as you guys, are not trending every other day on Twitter for how we need to take somebody out on the left. I think
he's completely right. 100%. Absolutely.
You guys are very...
Did he say he before or she when referring to Blair? I feel like I would have caught it. I don't know.
Very lucky, and I think if anything, you guys really push it when you do incite all this stuff. And it's not just you, because we don't need to make it just about you, because it's clearly not. It's people like Hassan. It's
definitely Hassan. Hey, actually, I might have said. I don't do the misgendering thing, by the way. Like, yeah, Blair White's like a trans woman. I don't do the, oh, I'm gonna call them a he on purpose. I think I was thinking about something else.
That would be my guess. Because I would have.
What was her name? Taylor Lorenz had a whole thumbnail about how someone needs to do it and like circled Trump, clearly, insinuating assassination, hundreds of thousands of views. It's clearly an issue. And to deny that, I don't think that you have anyone's best interest or the country's best interest in denial of that.
This is just a very... I hate these fucking lefty tanky fucks that count as my camp and they attack my party all day fucking long. Like, I'm really gonna have to answer for fucking Taylor Lorenz here? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god.
Very unserious approach. There's a child's approach to politics.
It's an unserious approach whenever you look at the people that are actually committing crimes and making organized calls for violence and then acting on them. Whenever you correctly identify that the overwhelming majority of those things that are happening are coming from one group of people, that is a childlike response. Really?
True.
How about that?
In the environment in the United States right now.
And you're serious by being complete denial of what's actually happening?
Denial.
Let's let Stephen respond.
You would look at the country where the president and your political party tries to be as maximally inflammatory at all points in time in the most egregious manner possible.
Well, apparently it's not working because conservatives aren't going out shooting people the same way that liberals are.
You're the other side.
They're not throwing firebombs at Teslas. Whenever Elon Musk went and said that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files and implied that he was a pedophile, no conservatives went out and burned down Teslas. So I think that there's like, because very clearly Elon Musk has had a massive break with the Democrat Party, and he's also had...
He came back into... massive break with the Democratic Party, okay.
A massive break with the Republican Party.
For a bit, but he came back into the fold.
With the conservative, or sorry, with the Trump thing. So why did one of these things happen and not the other one? It's obvious.
And then when people...
Well, so we're just ignoring every single piece of right-wing violence over the past decade? Is that we're just not talking about any of that? I think I bring up the Minnesota shootings.
People on the left respond predictably.
And they respond predictably? What was the response? How is burning down Tesla a predictable response?
Democrats and leftists. I don't want it to.
Who's going to get the results to kill Joe
Biden? To you guys. It's happening one way.
Name me two.
Who wants to kill Joe Biden? The implication of that being that people want to kill Trump because he deserves it.
Because he deserves it? That might be in your mind, little bro. But the argument that I've clearly laid out here, I said maximally inflammatory, that when you get out and you poke and you prod and you talk about executing all your political opponents and you make fun of every political opponent that died, you say the Rob Schneider Trump derangement syndrome, I'm glad Robert Mueller is dead, that when you are bragging about double tapping Venezuelans off the coast of whatever, South America, when you're talking about all these things happening, you have alligator Alcatraz, you make fun, you talk about these shithole people, you try to, like, when you're doing all of this shit, and it's like, damn, people really fucking hate me out here. What? Like,
that's the implication.
No.
Because tons of people wanted to kill Joe Biden. What do you mean? Do you think that, why, I guess we shouldn't have to see, well, why would we have the Secret Service for Joe Biden then?
Oh, that's why, if nobody went, oh, good point. Holy shit. That was a great argument. Good job.
If nobody wanted to kill him, let's just get rid of the Secret Service and save some money. It's so stupid.
Things that Joe Biden said that incited hatred in your heart.
Yeah.
Where you're like, God, I can't believe Biden said that.
I can't even think about what Biden Saturday said. He was very...
Exactly.
It's about, so this is the thing, you can put Trump in a bullseye saying stuff like that, complaining about...
Put Trump in a bullseye! Oh my fucking God. Oh my god. He's doing tricks on it, guys. He's doing tricks on it.
The COVID restrictions, etc. I mean, like,
those happened under Trump. Hello?
It's about, so this is the thing, you can put Trump in a bullseye saying stuff like that, complaining about the COVID restrictions, etc. I mean, like, again, it doesn't matter what Biden said, it matters what happened. And obviously, yes, Biden, I think, generally didn't, I think everybody can acknowledge that Trump uses more incendiary rhetoric than Biden, but the reality is that it doesn't matter because Trump's rhetoric isn't working. You're not seeing conservatives going out there doing...
They did January 6th! That whole thing was on Trump's behest! You saw Tina Peters break into some Colorado bullshit trying to steal fucking votes.
These mass
You got people signing up to ICE who don't even know anything about policing, who are running around fucking killing U.S. citizens.
Shootings, but you are seeing liberals doing it constantly. Or not shootings, these mass, I guess, like riots and shit like this, right?
But well, you didn't have to say you're doing anything for 4 years.
2 weeks that are like, holy shit, I can
this is
tell you
the point. This is the point. You hone in on people who are holding office. And you completely ignore
You hone in on people holding on. Okay.
the entire culture and the consciousness of the collective around you.
So this is not a real conversation.
This is something that Destiny does, and he's trying to do this really, really hard. Is he's trying to say that because Trump is divisive, that it's okay.
Divisive. He's just divisive.
For the entire Democrat Party to have collective violence and unrest. That's basically what he's saying. He's saying that because Trump says things that make people mad, that somehow is equivalent to burning down buildings, destroying property, and being violent. So that's it.
Meet famous supporter of the BLM riots, Destiny. That's me. Yep.
POE has a new banner picture on Twitter. Oh, really? Are they doing something different there? Yeah, it's so embarrassing to see that happen. And yeah, I think if you get mad, that's on you. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Oh, that is... Holy shit, that looks fucking badass. God damn. And if that's a new class, I'm playing it. I'm going to tell you that. Yeah, I'm going to play it. And that's it. How can people don't talk Destiny? Well, again, like, I just... Again, I'll respond to things like this that people like to say. But yes, Trump also never calls for violence. He just insults people and wishes they'd be put in jail. Well, it's overwhelmingly... Like, again, you can't hand wave all the actual violence that's happening by saying what Trump said.
Violence.
You just can't do that.
Fuck. 2CB 38. EC38. Dude, I'm hungry.
والله يسوق لي حظك والله. weapons or anything on you. Well, they'll reach for it. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, pay that. When...
No, man, always when you're around Jemiah, he just kind of walks around like a fucking bully, but the moment you fucking...
Nah, don't get that bully you, bitch!
You ain't gonna get motherfucker.
Get that bully you, bitch!
Yeah, like you said,
bully. Of course I bully you!
Shut the
Yeah, remember that! Eric, can you bring...
You can say that both of them are bad. You're going out there and violently attacking police officers, ICE officers, you know, anybody else that's disagreeing with them. This is clearly worse.
the police officers that are just disagreeing with them. Holy shit, bro.
Than anything that anybody is saying. That's the problem. I wish Trump was the monster. Democrats make him out.
Okay, GFX got main down. Damn. Two F. Say one line, bro. Say one line. How's Crumble lineup? Huh? Check it? Oh. Oh my god. So if I can just What was it? Give me the 100. Say wallah. How do you spend that much on a poster? That is insanely expensive. How's that 100? There's no way. There's still like $20. Metal poster, like bro, AliExpress. That doesn't matter. I mean, $40. Let's see. AliExpress. $20. You gotta buy this stuff. Where did you buy it from? Can you not find a store from AliExpress? You buy it from Display? Oh my gosh. Look at Reddit. Reddit, this official post that says it talks about how expensive. Wait, can you give me the 100? I bought the sword. It's not even yours. I spent my money on the sword. Good job. You got both? One. Oh. But is it doubly that? Watching. I saw that. Hello? Salam Hassan Shanek.
Alhamdulillah.
How are you? How you doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
And you?
Pretty good. I finished school today.
Awesome.
Yeah. I was wondering, you want to play some Fortnite?
I'm playing Fortnite? Is that what you called me?
Yeah.
I have some things to take care of, but...
No!
What you mean no? Once I'm done, maybe...
Oh my gosh.
It's downloaded. I might have to
What is
download.
that noise?
You hear that? There's a bunch of Blackhawks outside.
Black Hawks?
Yeah. The helicopter?
Oh, I see.
Do you hear it?
Not really. I just hear like very subtle white noise.
It's coming. It's on its way to your house.
Okay.
Watch, you're
Please
about to hear
redirect.
it.
ATC, please redirect it.
You know, I'm tracking it right now.
Really?
Yeah. It's actually. You're in Norco, right?
You can't. Yeah, but you can't track private, right?
Yeah, you can.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not to track private?
Bro, you can track literally the planes that are in Iran fighting the war. You know that?
No, I mean I don't know. I didn't know if like you could do for all of them, like every single one.
You can, yeah. Actually, they could hide it.
That's what I'm saying.
Like if I go right here, dude, there's 0 planes in Iraq. 0 planes in Iran. 0. Is that wild?
Yeah. Did they close the strait again?
There was a war today.
Yeah, I saw.
Oh, you know what else I want to tell you? Do you want to watch that MMA fight?
Who?
Come on, you know.
No, I'm serious.
It's been coming on my Instagram Reels.
Actually, I have no idea what's going on.
Come on, you gotta know.
I'm not even trolling you. I'm serious.
MMA fight.
Okay, you said that. I don't know. Like there's.
Sean Strickland.
Yeah.
Versus Khamzat.
Oh yeah.
Do you not hear about that?
Bro, what do you mean that happened a while ago?
No, they fought before?
Yes.
No, they.
Wait, let me check.
Let me see.
Yeah, see. I'm might be tripping, eh?
Well, he was tripping. I don't even watch UFC. Yeah, he's never fought Sean Strickland.
But the fight hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's happening in 2 days.
Yeah, it happens this Saturday. But you're saying, I thought you were talking to me about a fight that's happened.
No, I'm saying that. Are you gonna watch the fight?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Do you always watch fights or not really?
Yeah, like they're always on Saturdays. So like, I'll check. Like if I'm free, I'll check like the card. I'll see. Like,
On a scale of 1 to 10, how hype is this fight?
It's not that hype because Hamza's just gonna destroy him.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Strickland has no chance.
What? Sean Strickland has such a good record, though.
Nah. Yeah, but stylistically, Strickland has no wrestling. So like their fighting style, like if you have in MMA and UFC, whoever has dominant wrestling is always has the upper hand. And like Strickland's what he has is good boxing, right? He has good boxing. But he actually does not have good wrestling at all. His wrestling is not good. Hamza.
Then how does he have such a good record then?
Because nobody has the wrestling level at that weight class. At that weight class, middleweight, nobody had like in his come up, in his rise, his come up. Nobody had like this crazy wrestling, right? Hamza has this like is probably top 2 wrestler in the UFC right now. And so in order to compete with someone like that, you have to have some form of wrestling background, some strength in wrestling. If you don't, you're just going to get ragdolled. You know?
Let me ask ChatGPT, who is going to win the fight?
And on top of that, the only chance you have is if you have like a knockout power. And Strickland doesn't have knockout power. Strickland's like a boxer. He doesn't knock people out. He's just like slowly doing damage.
They say that Strickland is the underdog.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, yep.
They say the late fight, Strickland has an advantage. Is that true?
That's not true. Because in the last fight, that was true maybe a couple of years ago, but the last few fights Hamzat's had proved that he has like cardio to go the distance.
Dude, what's weird about MMA is like everyone eventually loses, huh?
Not if you're Khabib.
Khabib, he quit early though.
Yeah, if you stay in the game long enough,
you will lose eventually.
When you become washed and you're fighting like young hungry dogs, obviously you're gonna lose. you have to know when to get out.
So I've heard the song goes like, I'm so ATL, I'm so ATL.
What?
Never mind.
I don't know that. Sorry, I don't know. I don't listen to music.
No, it's just TikTok.
Oh.
I listen to music, but I hear stuff from TikTok, you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know, like Khamzat, he's never lost before, so that's why I was like.
Yeah.
And like, it seems that this fight, there's lots of animosity between each other, right? There's lots of animosity between each other, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Who do you want to win?
Hamzat.
Dude, but he's a terrorist.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He's a terrorist.
How you say he's a terrorist? No sense.
Wahhabi.
Yeah, but Strickland يعني عسى الزين. Strickland is a good guy.
Yeah. Strickland, he hates the Jews. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. But he hates Muslims too.
Oh my god. Let's see. Well, we can't even play Fortnite.
Why?
Servers are down.
Yeah. You coming tomorrow?
What time?
It's for 10 a.m.
10 a.m.?
Yes, the graduation's 10 a.m.
Dude, I'm not going.
Why?
I'm too sleepy.
What? I thought you fixed your sleep.
I'm trolling. What time are you leaving your house?
I don't know, I was thinking like I could carpool like some of y'all. I was gonna text and see if anyone wanted to ride together, but like if we ride together, like we leave, I probably leave like 9:15, 9:20.
Oh, dude, that is early.
If we don't live together, I'd leave like 9:30. For sure.
Can you leave at 10?
I mean, we could. I'm just scared because his name is Ali.
Huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Dude, it's crazy that he's not Shisma.
And like it'll be a joke. Like it's not like we're sitting there like by ourselves, you know, like.
Oh, his entire family's coming, right?
Huh?
All his cousins.
Yeah, but it's like me. Okay, like if we're going, it's gonna be like a joke. Except the garage. So it can be me, you.
We're going to the garage.
Huh?
So we're going to the garage.
What? I said like the garage.
Oh.
I said it's a garage.
Is BA coming?
Huh?
Is BA coming?
I have no idea.
Obviously not. I'm surprised everyone's going to Zane's wedding.
Wedding? Yeah, his wedding's getting married.
Huh. You're going to
Graduation?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going at least because he said he told me why Obat needs help driving his car back.
Really? You're gonna help him?
Yeah.
Dude.
What do you mean, dude?
Why didn't you help me?
You never asked.
I did ask.
I
asked you to play Fortnite with me, and you're like, no. Bro's over here towing cars for niggas, but won't even play a game of Fortnite. Oh god. I'm so ATL. I'm so ATL. I'm so ATL.
ATM or ATL?
ATL.
That's a disgusting. That's literally, what are they trying to say there? Atlanta?
Wait, I have no idea. Let me see. I'm so ATL. Oh my god, it is Atlanta. I didn't even know that.
That's so disgusting.
I had what?
Atlanta and I'm in Memphis.
Oh my gosh, you know why I've been singing that?
What?
Look, wait. Listen to this.
Funny Monkey Gaming 31 cent $20. Your top 3 games are Fort, Code E, and Call of War. You also love Euphoria. What did you have for dinner? Unseasoned chicken?
Unseasoned chicken.
I don't. You're like critiquing my TV habits. I love when people do that. Yeah, you have terrible taste in video games. It's like, so your identity is about what goy slop you consume? I only play the finest video games. It's like, brother, kill yourself. It's video games, bro. It's pixels on a screen. On a screen, you fucking dumbass. Like, get a life. I saw that. Somebody said, his media takes are atrocious. You identify with, like, what pixels you watch, you fucking faggot?
Okay, I wasn't even trying to show you that, but I was trying to show you I'm so ATL, but it's not loading. To Asmon.
Well,
I hate Asmon.
I never did you.
Zach Rar. You like Zach Rar?
Oh my god, I hate him so much. You know who I actually like, Hassan? Destiny.
Really?
Bro flames the hell out of Asmongold. You know who Destiny, what type of person he is? He lets the dogs out. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's so harsh and blunt and just... He will make niggas lose it. Let's see. I'm so ATL. I'm so ATL. I'm so ATL. I'm so ATL.
Wiggly. Taking border pack or return of the.
Well, I don't know about Afghanistan. It has nothing to do with any conversation, any sort of, like agreement that you have with them. They will break it the moment that they can. Go check that. I haven't. Yeah.
So right now there's
Because they at the amount.
See, do you listen to this, Hassan?
That sounds disgusting.
Why?
I hate that.
Jeez, bro. Let's see.
I wish Trump was the monster Democrats make him out to be. Oh my god.
Alright, Hassan, I'm gonna go watch Jasmine Gold.
Alright, bro.
Alright, يلا مع السلامة.
Right? Like, I mean, I would be crazy upset. And so I unretarded myself. I did. I unretarded myself completely. And it's just big he is.
And a hideout.
Spent an amazing.
now that super.
You just an amazing fires on Iranian oil. More terrorism. Like, I just deport all these people. This is insane. The amount of crazy shit like this that happens. I don't even know what to say. The war started again. The U.S. bombed Iran. What? What do you mean? What happened tonight? Oh my god. There's more Iran. Holy shit. This is insane. Okay, war is back on the menu. An unknown object over Syriac, southwest Iran, filmed minutes ago. Syriac out to the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz. What the hell is that? It's the red dot. For Iran's reporting? I guess so. I don't know. It's not really a lot to go based off of this. U.S. fires on Iranian oil tanker. IRGC retaliates. U.S. missiles at warships. U.S. strikes the launch sites. I'm surprised they even have any left. What is this here? U.S. military has carried out strikes on Iran's Bandar. What is this? Oh, here's another one. So the war is back on. Holy shit. I'm not surprised. Of course. Let me see if there's any more of these. Yeah, the game's back on? Yeah, I guess so. Let me go through these other ones too. Iran is livid, publicly raging after U.S. military launched strikes, claiming other countries joined in against them. Iran is bluffing, saying that they caused significant damage against the U.S. in response. Oh, this is like 11 minutes ago, so this is happening like right now. Not really important to be able to join too. I have no idea. So they're bombing them again. Holy fuck, man. And major breaking, Trump just struck Iran to some port, and is the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz, ending with acts of dramatic escalation of the war. I mean, can you even escalate the war? I feel like it's already escalated.
Reporting duties yet again there, and Lucas, hello.
Yeah, how does it escalate anything more?
If that Iranian tanker had been full of oil, there would have been no rudder to take out because it would have been below the waterline. It's the first time in history an F-18 Super Hornet had taken out a tanker going at guns to do it.
So they just blew up the oil tanker now. Holy shit.
Out with a statement about the incident saying, quote, American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian-flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade.
So now we're blockading it, and they didn't listen, and so we blew it up. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Sure. The ship was called. Crews failed to comply with repeated warnings. U.S. forces disabled the tanker's rudder. Hazan is no longer transiting to Iran.
Yeah,
so the
shouldn't have done
F-18 with the guns raking this unloaded Iranian oil tanker's rudder while trying to run the blockade en route to Iran. We don't know where it came from right now. It's not the first unique kill in history. Recall that F-22 that took out the Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina a few years ago. Now that Super Hornet launched from the 4-acre flight deck of USS Abraham Lincoln on station in the Arabian Sea enforcing the blockade. There are 3 squadrons of rhinos. The Super Hornets are also called the Top Hatters, Black Aces, and Vigilantes. While top U.S. officials insist that ceasefires holding, recall General Kane saying Tuesday, U.S. forces have come under attack more than 10 times in the past month. One day after Project Freedom was announced before scrap, Iran fired a missile at a French-owned ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz after the French sent its only aircraft carrier through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea. This will Iran's response to the American proposal to have Iran start its nuclear program and over all of its nuclear uranium and open the Strait of Hormuz. If this China wants a peaceful negotiations, hosting Iran's foreign minister, then we will take this from heads to Beijing. Right now, there's more than 300 ships that remain stuck in the Persian Gulf, many loaded with oil and fertilizer. Typically, about 140 ships transit the Strait of Hormuz each day, Bill. Today,
140? Well, now it's 139. U.S. ceasefire appears to have ended. The UAE has attacked Iran, too. So now we have new countries that are actively attacking Iran. Holy fuck. Is there information about this? Yeah, I don't know. I'll look this up and see if I can find it. U.S. military has not attacked Iranian oil tankers with tanks of fire. I'm surprised they've been doing that. They haven't been doing that the whole time. Iran's already rebuilding the bridge destroyed. I bet they are. We rebuild, but we do not forget. That's why you got to keep bombing them. Yep, I bet they are. This is exactly why I said, like, you can't let these guys go. The U.S. military just conducted strikes in southern Iran, so they bombed this airport right here. Sorry, the water port. U.S. military carried out. Yeah, there's more of this. This is from the Iran. Following the aggression of the invading U.S. army against Iranian oil tanker, the enemy's aggressor units in the Strait of Hormuz area came under Iranian missile fire. Yeah, I bet they were. Yeah, is there more of this?
So we're dealing with people that want to make a deal very much.
They want to make a deal?
We have it very much under control. The blockade is unbelievable. The Navy's been incredible. The job they did is like a wall of steel. Nobody goes through.
Apparently
the Iranians, they're not getting anything through one way or the other.
We're in international water.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not they are agreeing. And if they don't agree, they'll end up agreeing shortly thereafter. So that's the way it is. And I think you might want to have a little rundown there. The fake news
is that okay? So let me see what this is. Terrorists were identified. Drone footage showing the elimination of 2 Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists. Good. U.S. attacked 2 Iranian vessels. I'm surprised they even have any boats left at all. Yeah. So the UAE attacked Iran. Like, I'm not even sure if I believe this. This is crazy. Dubai's in massive trouble. Next 2 weeks will be catastrophic. United Arab Emirates just attacked Iran. In response to repeated attacks against UAE, the Emirati Air Force. Oh, shit. Is this one of the... I don't know. I'm really trying to think about this. Is this the first Gulf country that has, like, actually... I know many of these countries have done defensive measures. Is this the first one that's taken an offensive measure against Iran? I think it is, right? Yeah, I mean... Because okay, wow. Saudi Arabia attacked Yemen? What? So are they just getting packed up now? The UAE and Saudi want to do this for a while? I bet they have. That's not new? Oh, okay. I thought you meant like it just happened. I was like, what the fuck? Iran announced it targeted the U.S. intelligence center and oil refineries. Let me see this. Oh, it's like lagging out or something. 1200, best missile defense system in history. The Patriot, is that what Iran's destroying? I don't know why it's not loading for some reason. This way confirmed UAE attacked Iran. I believe war's direction will change. I feel like that's already what was happening. The UAE is set to declare war on Iran. I think that the UAE, this is like my CENTCOM statement. Okay, I'll pull that up and find it. I think the UAE attacking Iran is actually really, really important. And let me explain the reason why. It totally destroys the narrative that this entire thing is being pushed by regime. Because the UAE has nothing to do with Israel. Like, it's a Muslim country, like the United Arab Emirates. Like, really, if the UAE is attacking them, very clearly this is not, the Jews controlling everything, right? For oil, no. Well, what I'm saying is that it removes the... Like, I mean, anybody who's still saying that now is a retard, right? I mean, like, what? Yeah, I think they're totally retarded. The UAE and Israel work very closely together. Well, of course they work closely together. I mean, many of these countries work together generally, right? But what my point is that it's no longer just the Jews having ownership over this. I think this will make it a lot harder to make that argument whenever you have other Muslim majority countries that are attacking Iran offensively. I think this is a massive difference, huge difference against Iran, right? And some of the misinformation. Yeah, they're intrinsically linked. UAE needs the world more than the world needs them. Well, I think most countries are like that. So this is what CENTCOM just posted. CENTCOM protects U.S. warships transiting Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. forces intercepted unprovoked Iranian attacks and responded with self-defense strikes as U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers. Iranian forces launched multiple missiles, drones, and small boats, and missiles, and no U.S. assets were struck. Not a surprise. U.S. CENTCOM eliminated inbound threats and targeted Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces, including missile and drone launch sites. I think that's pretty obvious. You could easily expect to see that happen. And no military, by the way. Well, the thing is that Iran's military, this is what they have. They have, like, basically a mosaic military where it's made up of individual, like, cells of people that are all operating autonomously under, like, a prior directive. Like, that's what it seems like is happening. Is it like artists? Well, it's almost like basically they were all in a room, like, maybe a year ago, and they said, okay, if we get attacked, here are, it's like you're playing chess. Here are the first 50 chess moves that you're going to make, and here are contingency plans for X, Y, and Z thing, right? That's what I think is basically happening. It's like a terrorist network. Well, I'm not like, the definition is not really relevant. Like, I think that's it. Decentralized autonomous. Yeah, I think that's, I mean, and if you were around, that's what you would do, right? I mean, that's what I would do, right? So it's not like it's crazy that they did this at all. Oh, CENTCOM doesn't want to escalate the war, so everyone needs destroyers that Iran struck. Yeah, right? And so this is finally happening. I'm not surprised at all. But honestly, I was surprised they even stopped the bombing in the first place. But yeah, it looks like now we've got even more of this. Ukraine sets up strikes on Russia. Wait, Ukraine is attacking Russia more now too? I didn't see that. Yeah, I didn't see that at all. UAE sent the Iron Dome. Israel sent the UAE. Israel sent the Iron Dome to UAE. Yeah, you have a great night. I don't even know what that is. USA said this war. Said this isn't a war restart though. Check that. I haven't seen that anywhere. Yeah, I didn't see that like one way or another way. First footage coming out of Iran showing the strikes over. So this is over Tehran. World War XII is coming. Yeah. Holy. I do think it's really important to get rid of the Iranian government. I do. I don't think you're going to have any peace in that region. Like, the Iranian government, I think, is like the genesis point of a lot of this like Muslim terrorism, like Islamic terrorism, it's coming out of Iran. Whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, there are other militia groups in Iraq. Like a lot of the problems that we have come from Iran. And so if Iran is neutralized, those other problems not only become a lot weaker, but they'll also probably disperse in a pretty big way, right? Because they're not going to be funded. Or Pakistan, well, we have a lot more connection with Pakistan than we do with Iran very clearly. Yeah, I'll look at that in just a second, okay? I'll pull it up. If we don't, it'll just let them raise another generation of terrorists. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, the longer that, like, I mean, this problem should have been solved in 1979. Like, we should have never let this happen in the first place. And now that it is happening, every year that you let this go on is a year that it gets worse. And there's another big component to it as well, is that Iran, I think, has been engaging in a massive misinformation campaign on social media to try to reframe things and try to do different problems. And so you also have a foreign state actor that is engaged with like an active disinformation campaign on everybody inside of the West, right? So it's not just that they're posing a threat this way, they're also posing a threat ideologically. The country of Iran's around for 70 years. I don't know about the Quran, right? I'm talking about, this is Iran. The ideas are so convincing though, yeah. You miss that there are Iran good people also? Well, the overwhelming majority of people in Iran are good people, but they don't have anything to do with this, right? They don't even like their own government. So I think it's very obvious that's true. I think most people realize that. CENTCOM says it acted in self-defense by striking Iranian targets after Iran threatened U.S. ships. Here's what I think is really going on. I think that we are never going to know what actually happened or who actually attacked first. And I'll give you maybe a hot take. I don't care. If we didn't attack first, we should have immediately gone after these people. Like, there's never going to be a point, this is my perspective, there's never going to be a point where the Iranian government will become reasonable or easy to work with. Any conversation, any sort of, like agreement that you have with them, they will break it the moment that they can. They only use agreements diplomacy as a military strategy. Like, everything is moving towards the military strategy of consolidating more power, committing more terrorism, causing more problems. So it's to buy time. Yes, exactly. It's all part of the military strategy. Like Israel, I don't care. We're not in a war against Israel. We're in a war against Iran. Like, even if you think Israel's bad, you can't say that also Iran isn't bad. So I mean, worst case scenario, you've got two bad actors. And so right now we're focused on Iran. So again, I don't care about, but Israel. I think that the majority of the people that are doing that are just trying to protect Iran for a religious reason or for some other sort of anti-Western reason. I don't care about any of that. Did they drop the first bombs? Maybe, I don't know. And UAE tried to deal with Ukraine, so it's Ukraine's anti-drone tech that's defending UAE, not the Iron Dome. Oh, I didn't even know that. You cannot be objective about this constant bombing. You need to attack the land in the region. You're wasting your time, money, and continuing into sand war. Well, I don't know yet. I mean, I'm sure they have like some kind of strategy. It just depends on whether it's going to work out or not. And I don't know what they're going to do. Confirm senior officials of the U.S. military disrupt Iran's bunker. Yeah, not a surprise. Either was a naval checkpoint. I'm surprised they even have any naval checkpoints. Like, I thought we blew all that stuff up. Like, that's even surprising to me. Yeah, let's try bombs first. Yeah, I feel like bombs are working, right? I mean, it's definitely working. I mean, their amount of power and everything has been minimized tremendously. So what is this here? All the reports from CBS and U.S. officials came under intense attack from Iran. Fast attack those from missiles and engagement characterized as far future than the mass engagement the two vessels were involved in. Well, I think that's the reason why. Is that that's the reason why they want to do a ceasefire. Is they'll ask for ceasefires and other negotiations so they can continue to accumulate resources and then attack again. That's what it is. No, well, the Western Christian, Israel's 100% more the problem. I don't know. I mean, like, at that point, like, I'm just not interested in engaging with that. Like, if you think Israel is a bigger problem than Iran, when Iran is screaming death to America constantly and blowing up American soldiers for, like, literally years, funding terrorists who we've been trying to deal with for years, I don't want to hear about it. And I think that overwhelmingly, this is one thing that's really important to keep in mind, is that on social media, you're going to see a lot of people from these other parts of the world that the reason why they hate Israel isn't because of their involvement in American politics. They want to tell you that that's the reason, but they actually might just hate Jews, and it has nothing to do with that at all. And, if they can make American voters and the American population think that Israel's a bad actor, then hopefully they can weaken Israel's position because they have, like, an ideological enemy in Israel. And I'm not saying that Israel is like good, but what I'm saying is that these people aren't on your side either. These are people that would also want to demographically replace you. These are people that also think that America is full of infidels. These are people who are also, not Western culture people. Like, these are people from a different group. They're trying to convince you that by going against Israel, you're being in favor of America. You're not. You're just siding with one foreign power over another foreign power. And that's what it is. Why not hate both? You can hate both, but we're talking about Iran right now. So if you're constantly trying to reframe things around Israel, it's pretty obvious what you're trying to do. So yeah, so many Pakistani bot farms, I swear. It's not Pakistani bot farms entirely. I mean, the fact is that there's a lot of people that have the internet that are in these countries that are expressing themselves and think these things. It's really just that simple. I'll see if there's anything more to this. No, necessarily is the U.S. Iran like Venezuela now that they're empire? Well, I don't really know yet. How the world great restarts minds of American people? Exactly, yes. Most hate Israel because of the Gaza situation. I think that you underestimate how much of it is a religious anti-Semitic reason. They hated Israel forever. Right? They wanted to blow up Israel forever. Like, it has nothing to do with that. I think that for many of them it doesn't. Let me see if there's any more of this. Crazy if Iran can back to a ship, a wipe off the face of the earth. Okay, well, apparently that's what happened. And so I'll see if there's anything else. The percentage world you think is fake Israel? I have no idea. I don't really care. It's not, honestly, like, the opinion, like, that has nothing to do with me, right? I mean, like, what I think the U.S. should do is the U.S. should protect the United States interests. Whether that is Iran, Israel, China, Russia, Ukraine, the Congo, or Venezuela, the focus should be around creating and protecting U.S. interests. That's what matters the most. It should not, like, I don't really, it doesn't matter to me, like, what other people's political opinions are on the other side of the world, or, like, who doesn't and does like it. The focus should be around making sure that we're doing what's in our best interest. We don't hate Israel because the Jews, nor do we have anything against you or the West replacing themselves, whatever, has nothing to do with religion. Israel's a terrorist stolen state. Well, I don't really care, honestly. Like, I have no interest and no bearing. Like, I don't want to debate with you. I don't want to argue with you because it's just like Iran. People like this will just lie and misrepresent things and then work and back channel against you later on. I don't care what you guys think. It doesn't matter to me. The focus should be around getting rid of Iran and making sure that Iran is not able to fund terrorist networks and terrorist proxies. That's what really matters. That's what I care about. I don't care about what some ideology is. I don't care about Israel, what Israel did, or I don't care about any of this. The focus should be around making sure that the Iran government is neutralized so they can never threaten America or any other country, destabilize waterways, or cause and fund terrorism around the world ever again. That is the focus. It is that singular, defined, specific purpose that I'm advocating for. Everything else after that, everything else before that, I don't really care about it. That's what matters to me. Does that make sense? Try to focus on that, yeah. And so, like, in Afghanistan, why don't Afghanistan has nothing to do with that, right? And Iran's facing millions of Muslims in Europe. Yeah, I think that's obviously true. I mean, I think very clearly that's true. Israel's interest is exactly that, you're not alone. Well, Israel's interest is not relevant to me. Whether if it aligns with my interest, then great. Maybe you can work with Israel. It seems like we're working with the UAE. If Israel's interest isn't aligned with us, then we should focus on our own interest instead. It's great to have allies, right? It's good to have extra help in the region. I think we should take all the help we can get. It's going to be hard to displace Iran. Obviously, that's it. Yeah, I don't get it. I just want to see the IRGC launch my followers whenever I doing this again. Yeah, that's the way I feel about it. And I think overwhelmingly, there are people that are trying to effectively use Israel as a kind of red herring. And there's also some people who disabuse people of the notion that Iran could be a huge problem. Iran's just out of mind, actually. Maybe, right? I mean, when Iran is, and here's the question, right? When Iran is bombing and attacking multiple different countries that had nothing directly to do with attacking them, how can it end all this seems like it's AI generated. What surprise? Is Israel getting bombed? I mean, you don't really care about that. I mean, like, you obviously just want to undermine Trump, right? It has nothing to do with insider trading. Like, if you did, you'll get politics. But why engage somebody? This is the thing is that a lot of times people think that they're going to well, I'm going to try to use your values against you, so you can really your values are bad. No, I'm not going to do that. That's not about it. So again, like, I know these people are on principle. So why would I try to like hold on to? And if you mass Nazi loses, really, like, here's the problem. Here's what I think is really funny about this: is that there's a lot of people that she would disagree with about everything else with, but they agree with. And it's no, actually mass. Pull this out a little bit.
Triumphs of Liberty Grandparents. Nation remains position and ready to protect American forces.
And, you know, yeah, like, something like you look at a person like, hey, this is obviously like a very young girl, she got convinced by a bunch of dumbasses to do this, and then it's like, yeah, obviously, like, they need to take accountability for it, but like, my amount of, like, the amount of hostility that I have to like that is like a lot lower. I think, you know, very clearly, you can say that you still need to follow the procedure, but there's like a level of sympathy you have for people that accidentally walk in that path, right? And I think there's definitely like a spectrum of that, if that makes sense. So I don't know if there's anything about Iran, but I feel like about it. I would have one more time, right? But it looks like it happened earlier, and that's the person who fire right now, boy. Oh, man, fire, that's what I'm doing. Let's see what this is. Yeah, I feel like there's nothing really else that's happened. I'll scroll down real quick and find it, but it's wait, what is? Oh my god. Wait a minute. There might be a little bit of this. Oh, yeah, I'll get about it. That's what happened. I'm confused. Let me see if I can find out. Next version. Well, I mean, sure, right? That's pretty simple. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything else to go off of this, right? I feel like there's anything else going on here, and I'll get one more, but otherwise. U.S. command limiting access to Iran, those responsible for attacking U.S. forces being missile drone launch sites, command control operations intelligence about the Nazi escalation of the nation, American forces. On phone ABC, they had a phone call, targets are just a love tap. It's just a love tap. When I asked if that means ceasefire's over, no, ceasefire's going. Oh my god. He says, no, yeah, no, it's just not really though, right? Just a little, no, don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. Everything's okay. What does that mean? It means he's fine. That's what happens. We'll thing. It's just a weapon, I guess so. But no, there's nothing more to see. I mean, this is bullshit. I don't know really if this is real or not. There's really no. I'll see if something happens after later on, but for the most part, I feel like generally it's not really anything else gonna happen. Really doing on. Damn.
If you win up once, you can win up.
So this is an world. Fight conquer. On the virus.
Let's see. Yeah, he's just so boring.
All right, what's going on, everyone? So quick Iran war update here. Bottom line up front, it might be going on for a lot longer than expected. I mean, chaos still across the board. A lot of movement in the last few days, not a lot of progress, if that makes sense. I feel like that's probably the best way to describe this. Project Freedom. You remember that whole initiative rolled out, big thing, rolled out by the U.S. on Sunday. A good idea to alleviate the humanitarian issue of 20,000 sailors or something trapped in the Persian Gulf, to get them out and to open up the Strait of Hormuz back to the free flow of international trade. And then on Tuesday, we paused it because negotiations were going so well, maybe because also some of our allies said, we're not going to allow you to do this anymore. More on that in a second. But as of today, it might be back on. So like a 5-day stretch, this big initiative that we've reached out to allies around the world asking for their help was announced, rolled out, implemented by U.S. Central Command, paused, and might now be back on. That's kind of the way a lot of this has been going. So it's fun to keep up with, to say the least. Now, I want to start out with an assessment from the CIA that was just published in the Washington Post, talking about how this war might actually drag on a lot longer than anticipated. They said, quote, a confidential CIA analysis delivered to administration policymakers this week concludes that Iran can survive the U.S. naval blockade for at least 3 to 4 months before facing more severe economic hardship, a finding that appears to raise new questions about President Trump's optimism on ending the war. So real quick, 3 to 4 months until they face more severe economic hardship. Not 3 to 4 months until the regime topples, not 3 to 4 months until the IRGC rebels and kicks out the leadership, or until the people rise up and overthrow the government. Not 3 to 4 months for any of that. 3 to 4 months until they face more severe economic hardship. All of that other stuff, the secondary and tertiary effects, are maybes, right? We're hoping that a lot of those things happen. We're hoping that the destruction of their economy leads the Iranian regime to the negotiating table to give in to a lot of our demands. We're hoping that this act of a blockade, an economic blockade, and kind of choking off the Iranian economy leads to these other events that forces them to give up. It might not. And what this article is saying is that we're not even going to get to that point of the secondary or tertiary effects that may or may not play out for another 90 to 120 days. They say, quote, one of the U.S. officials who spoke to the Washington Post said they thought Iran's capacity to endure prolonged economic hardship is far greater than even the CIA estimate. Quote, the leadership has gotten more radical, determined, and increasingly confident they can outlast U.S. political will and sustain domestic repression to check any resistance. Comparatively, you see similar regimes lasting years under sustained embargoes and air power-only wars. So the blockade takes a while to play out. Technically, it's possible the blockade goes into force and the recipient of said blockade, or the target of the blockade is probably a better way to put it, in this case, the Iranian regime, could look at that and say, we know the direction this is going, and we're in enough pain right now that we can't take one day of an economic blockade. Or maybe they say after a week, okay, that's going to be enough. We see the direction this is going. What they're getting at here, these, again, quoting a CIA analysis in the Washington Post, is they say there's now expectation that the Iranian regime can deal with this for a lot longer than we initially thought. And we have examples in history. I mean, North Korea, I think, could be a good one. All of these apples to oranges and their comparisons, I got it. But North Korea is effectively shut off from the entire world economy. They're still there, and they're still a menace, right? So the idea that this blockade in a very short period of time could topple the Iranian regime is maybe, but also maybe not. And we have to consider that maybe not scenario as this war continues to play out. On top of that, this same piece in the Washington Post said that actually Iran has maintained a lot of their military capabilities, especially when it comes to their missile program. Quote, Iran retains about 75% of its pre-war inventories of missile launchers and about 70% of its pre-war stockpiles of missiles. The officials said there is evidence that the regime has been able to recover and reopen almost all of its underground storage facilities, repair some damaged missiles, and even assemble some new missiles that were nearly complete when the war began. Take it with a grain of salt. All right, we've got unnamed officials talking about a confidential CIA report to the White House. This is a little bit in contradiction with other official statements. I mean, early in the war, the United States and Israel were pretty adamant. I think we heard more than half of the launchers at different times had been destroyed. So this is in stark contrast to that. However, this is a little bit more in line with the assessment we heard from the top Pentagon intel official just a few weeks ago, the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, where he said that Iran retains thousands of missiles still at their disposal. So this does line up a little bit more with that. But with this type of stuff, of course, we have no idea, right? The validity of this, the confidence level of the intelligence assessment, how many different intelligence organizations looked at this and said, yes, is this an outlier? Is this kind of the consolidation of all these different organizations? Looking at it through the kind of, does it pass the common sense test, I think is important. And in this case, it doesn't seem too far off. When we look at how the Iranians have reacted to the negotiations so far, while they might be doing different things behind the scenes, behind closed doors, publicly, they have dug in. And when we look at the whole host of demands that we have laid out to end the war, everything on the public side shows that Iran is asking for more now than before the war began. So, a way to interpret that is they still have a significant missile arsenal at their disposal. And another thing to keep in mind when looking at this is Iran built all of that and set up and prepared, for this war, for the United States and Israel going after them. The United States, when we prepare for war, we're looking at a bunch of different options. And we build systems and capabilities and tactics and techniques for a wide range of possibilities. Iran is building their missile production facilities, building their launch sites, all of that, specifically looking at what would be needed to deter the United States and Israel. So the fact that some of their launchers remain, that some of their underground facilities were able to withstand U.S. bombardment, probably should be expected. Again, this is the exact war that they've been preparing for decades. Now, talk about Project Freedom a second ago, and this is part of the headache right now. So this was the big program rolled out by the United States a couple days ago, then turned off on Tuesday because everything had been going so smoothly. Also, it sounds like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait may have told the United States no. So the Wall Street Journal is reporting, quote, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait blocked the U.S. military's use of their bases and airspace after senior American officials played down Iranian attacks on the Persian Gulf in reaction to the operation in the Strait, Project Freedom. The Saudis and the Gulf states were concerned that the United States would not protect them amid the escalation in fighting. They said Saudi Arabia grew alarmed the U.S. would not respond forcefully enough to further attacks after the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Kane, dismissed Iran's strikes on ships and the UAE as a low-level harassment, and when U.S. officials affirmed that the ceasefire was holding. I feel like this makes me feel not as crazy as I did a few days ago, because we were watching Iran carry out kinetic attacks against a number of vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, and then they hit the UAE, the Fujairah oil facility, right there on the eastern coast of the eastern coast. And the U.S. was saying it looks like the ceasefire is still in effect. To us, the ceasefire is still good. And it was like, this is a one-sided ceasefire. Iran is shooting at everything they want, and we are the ones saying, I guess we're just not going to respond. It looks like that's how it's interpreted by our Gulf allies as well. Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, at least, are like, wait a minute, what? Okay, hold on. We're not going to do this because they're just going to keep getting hit by Iran while the United States is what they get into in this piece. And there was another coverage of this as well. I'll put some articles in the description below if you want to read more about it. But the reporting was that these countries viewed it as the United States overly focused on a deal at all costs, while they were the ones that were going to soak up Iranian drones and missiles in the short and long term. So Saudi Arabia and Kuwait stepped in and said, fine, you can't fly out of our countries, and you can't use our airspace to carry out these missions. And that, in turn, forced the administration to put a pause on Project Freedom. Now, the blockade was still and is still in effect. There was a crazy story yesterday about a U.S. FA-18 shooting out the rudder of an Iranian ship. What? So this was announced by U.S. Central Command. They said the MT Hasna was transiting international waters en route to an Iranian port in Oman, on the Gulf of Oman. American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian-flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade. After the crew failed to comply with repeated warnings, U.S. forces disabled the tanker's rudder by firing several rounds from the 20-millimeter cannon of a U.S. Navy FA-18 Super Hornet launched from the USS Abraham Lincoln. They say the Hasna is no longer transiting to Iran. I don't know ships. I feel like it might have a hard time going anywhere if the rudder was shot out. So, like, I don't know exactly like what the follow-up plan there is. It sounds like they got the message. They're not going to an Iranian port, but like, I wonder if they can do anything. Are they just like stuck out there now? So either way, the U.S. is 100% continuing to enforce these blockades, but it's every single day, multiple times, we get these up, down, and sideways. There's progress, there's not. We're not getting into the talks today because there's really been no changes. Overnight, there were some, quote, terms that were leaked. I'm not doing that again. I'm not falling for it. Like, we're going to wait until there's actually something official, because what happens is a leak comes out and the media all picks it apart, what's good, bad, and otherwise, and then eventually one or the other side, the U.S. and Iran, will say, well, that's not actually what the deal is. That's not actually what we're talking about. Not wasting our time. What those leaks do is seem to allow for market manipulation. And this is one that, if it happens one time, fine. I'm not an expert on this, right? It happens 2 times, that's kind of crazy. It's happening so frequently that the Department of Justice has now, this is reported to ABC, so technically not the Department of Justice announcement, but ABC reports that the DOJ is investigating a series of suspiciously timed trades in the oil market just ahead of major announcement by President Trump and a top Iranian official about the war in Iran. And these numbers are pretty wild. So they said it's $2.6 billion that has been bet that oil prices will drop right before they did. They obtained the data of 4 trades from the London Stock Exchange Group on March 23rd, 15 minutes before Trump announced that he would delay threatened attacks on Iran's power grid. Traders bet more than $500 million that oil prices would fall 15 minutes before. Look at that timing. On April 7th, hours ahead of a temporary ceasefire announced by Trump, traders bet $960 million that oil prices would fall. April 17th, 20 minutes before Iran's foreign minister posted on social media saying that the Strait of Hormuz was open, traders bet $760 million that oil prices would fall. And on April 21st, 15 minutes before Trump announced he would extend the ceasefire, traders placed a series of bets worth $430 million that oil prices would fall. Like, it can't be that hard to find out what's going on, right? These are regulated markets. You've got to be able to do this, but it's frustrating to say the least. As we're sitting here trying to understand the dynamics of this war and the geopolitical impacts and what it means for, U.S. power around the world now and into the future, and the lives of our service members overseas day in and day out. And it looks like it's hard to look at that and say that, like for some people at least, the most important thing is simply making some money on these announcements. It is maddening watching this happen day in and day out. So while we look at these announcements, like, is it a ceasefire? Is there progress in the talks? What is Iran going to say? I'm not sure how much of that is actually real, if we're being honest, and how much of that is simply for, this is getting very pessimistic. But did you see those numbers? 760 million, 20 minutes before an announcement. 430 million dropped 15 minutes before an announcement. 960 million right before the ceasefire was announced, seemingly out of nowhere. Like, is that the purpose of this? That's super pessimistic, super dark, and I don't think so. There's so many other reasons that we are engaged right now with Iran, but we got to clean this up. This is awful stuff. I mean, just the perception that this is happening at all is pretty dark. So that is the Iran war update. That's the stuff that's coming out of this. We got these up, down, sideways announcements every single day. And just know, every time that there's one of those, there's somebody front running the market, seemingly to the tune of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. So, as we get frustrated about the direction this war is going, sleep peacefully at night, knowing that somebody or a group of people out there are making life-altering, generational-altering amounts of money on that information. So that should, that's solid.
Stream ads. It's not supposed to go like this. On top of that, another way to tell somebody's view botting. If somebody's averaging whatever, tens of thousands of viewers and they're getting fucking 20 followers, they're probably fucking. Another thing is chat interaction. Like if somebody has fucking 30,000 viewers and their chat is moving 1 mile an hour. Another thing, another way to tell somebody's view botting. If somebody has fucking 30,000 viewers and they get one chat message every 5 minutes, they're probably view botting. Now there are some cases of like, if somebody doesn't read their chat whatsoever, but it's one of those things where it's not like one thing can instantly tell you someone's view botting, but if you put the pieces of the puzzle together, you can figure it out. Another thing, if somebody has fucking 40,000 viewers on Twitch, but then they take the YouTube video and gets 1,000 views a YouTube video, they're probably view botting. Those are the 5 different ways to tell that someone's view botting. It's very simple. Those are the 5 different ways to tell somebody.
Boy. What's good? Yo, what's good, bro? Yo, I gotta show you something, bro.
You gotta show me something?
Yeah,
Oh, it's devastating. Look at that.
You're like
Because I have, like seeing a man enjoy himself. I actually don't really want to watch a woman. I want to see a dude beat it while watching.
What if he's like watching you beating your...
Oh, I like that.
I love watching
Something-
a woman on a Sibian machine.
Something I've been really into recently is stalling. Watching a guy stall.
Is
I've
there
been into that.
a particular type of stall you like to see?
Don't let this Adam guy take you in partying again. You know, stay good. Don't
Oh
let
yeah, Adam
take
is
you.
so funny. That was super funny. I was like, I wanted to see what the flow was like. And Adam, he's like he's the nightlife
In Miami, he is, yeah.
And I thought it was so stupid.
I thought it was so stupid.
Like, I thought it was so stupid.
Good for you. Don't let this Adam guy.
I've been on TRT for 2 years, and here's what's happened to my health. But taking testosterone is so dangerous. Young men shouldn't take TRT. You should wait until you're at least 40. A lot of young men are considering taking
Rex?
TRT. I was for many years. And so I decided to start this as an experiment to see what it's like, to see what impact it would have on my health and my lifestyle. And then I can just talk about it and share some of the learning lessons with my followers. So I've been tracking my health with the Oura Ring device for 6 years. I've been taking steroids, and then they actually...
That's all we got for now.
I at least feel like they have to go out and act violent.
And our majority, 18 months. Critics of
Specific issues, I would like to start with foundational question. What, in practical terms, do you believe it means for a president to uphold or deviate from the Constitution? And does this differ from upholding constitutional norms? If so, how? We'll start with you, Mehdi, and you can each give a 2-minute response and 1-minute rebuttal.
Yeah, so thank you for having me. Great to be here. I'm actually disappointed with that vote of 78-22, because you know what they say, the only way for me is down. Yeah, so...
Oh, I'm guessing, I hate it when they do this, is when they do, to see who won the debate, how many people were persuaded. Because, yeah, if you start off where it's like 80-20, like 80% of the audience says with me, 20% says the other guy, if he convinces like a few people, he's probably going to win. And he's got 80 people to convince, I've only got 20. They're probably more hardcore again if it's like the odds are that skewed, like, ugh.
Good luck to me. I would say constitutional norms, very vague. I'm not sure actually what that means, apart from historical precedent, what other people have done. And I think tonight, I'm guessing, and Michael can tell me I'm wrong, that a lot of Michael's argument will be, well, other presidents did this, a lot of whataboutism, a lot of see what X did, see what Y did, see what Obama did, see what Biden did. And I think we just have to be very clear here. We're talking about Donald Trump today. Donald Trump is sui generis. There's never been a president like him before, certainly not in our lifetimes. He's undeniable.
Give your answer before hearing them. What was the question to this? Is what do we think of when we think of a president adhering to constitutional norms? I mean, I guess it really depends. I would say there's like a spirit of how the government works, and the idea is that you are in good faith trying to work with the system to bring whatever changes you want to see, about understanding that sometimes you lose, and when you lose it's okay, and you try to win. I don't know, it's very broad, I guess it would depend. I would have to prepare a particular answer for this debate, though. I'd have to sit down and one out, which I did when I was debating Lila.
Violating both constitutional norms and precedent, but also the Constitution, the amendments, the articles of the Constitution in this country. He's doing it all the time. At this point, at this stage, anyone who tells you Donald Trump is not violating the Constitution is gaslighting you and or a member of his country. Right? The facts are very clear. And we can go through them in order. I mean, right now, if you look at the Constitution, Donald Trump is violating the Appropriations Clause, the Emoluments Clause, the Elections Clause, the Taxing and Spending Clause, the Take Care Clause, the Declare War Clause. He's also violating the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, maybe soon the 22nd Amendment. And, yes, other presidents, go back to your question, have violated norms. Other presidents have certainly violated clauses of the Constitution. But no president, certainly not in modern American history, has launched a multi-pronged, across-the-board, open assault on, forget norms, on the amendments and articles of our Constitution in the space of less than 18 months. Right? Yes, previous presidents have violated perhaps a single constitutional amendment, sure, and been called out for it. None of them said they plan to terminate the Constitution, as Donald Trump once did. None of them said, I don't know. When they were asked, as Trump was on Meet the Press last year, is it the job of the president to uphold the Constitution? I don't know, he said. None of them declared themselves to be a king or a dictator, even for a day. None of them were rebuked by their own vice president for trying to violate the Constitution and the rule of law. What did Mike Pence say? I know Michael's a big fan of Mike Pence. I came especially with a Mike Pence quote. Mike Pence said, President Trump demanded, I choose between him and our Constitution. If you are pressuring your own vice president to put you above your Constitution, you're not just violating norms, you're violating the Constitution, you're violating your oath of office. And it is very clear tonight that Donald Trump is a clear and present danger to the Constitution. Forget norms, let's raise the bar. To the Constitution, to the articles and amendments of the Constitution, to our rights and liberties, to our democracy. And you don't have to take my word for that tonight, just take Mike Pence's.
the Mike Pence standard of constitutional jurisprudence. Okay, wonderful to be here. Thank you all for having me. My father is a Dartmouth graduate, so I hope I don't do the family too much shame this evening. But I don't think I...
His tie looks retarded.
Why? Really?
I think it's like the new Trump fucking thing where everybody has like the huge fucking middle area of the tie. It's stupid.
Okay.
Will, because we have to Mehdi's point, have to narrow in on what exactly we're discussing. What does it mean to uphold the Constitution? And I certainly hope that my opponent here does not mean some kind of pedantic literalism that merely looks at the text of the Constitution, though we should certainly do that as well. But to uphold the Constitution, it would seem to me, entail upholding what the Constitution has meant, how the Constitution has obtained, how it has in fact governed our country from the beginning through the present. And so I think my opponent here is trying to break me away from citing historical precedent and how other presidents have upheld the Constitution. And I think that's for a very good reason. If I were in your shoes, I would do the very same. Because when you look at how the Constitution has in fact been put into effect in the United States, no reasonable person could even suggest that Trump is upholding it. If we were to use this very limited, pedantic, literalist constitution, then we would have to disqualify virtually every single president we've ever had from upholding the Constitution. All the modern presidents who have surveilled en masse, all of the great presidents who have violated habeas corpus, who have interned people, two great presidents and two great parties, the Republican Abraham Lincoln and the Democrat Franklin Roosevelt. But going back even further, we would have to disqualify Jefferson for the Louisiana Purchase. We would actually have to disqualify President Washington, because President Washington declared neutrality in the French Revolutionary Wars, and he was accused of violating the Constitution by no less a man than James Madison, father of the Constitution. But Madison gets his comeuppance because Madison would be accused of failing to uphold the Constitution when he annexed West Florida. So I think when we take a look at what the Constitution has meant, how it has been interpreted by the three co-equal government, adjudicated by the Supreme Court, laws enacted by the Congress, and then, of course, the executive power and the president, we will find that the Constitution prevails. The warnings of the histrionic critics of President Trump, who have been promising us that he's on the brink of shredding the Constitution for about 10 years now, any day now, it's coming, I think we will find that President Trump is indeed the president and the Constitution, nevertheless, and I think very much for that reason, ridiculous.
Would you like your The best thing about social media is you can see what's going on in the world. And today I looked at Michael Knowles' tweet advertising this event. And underneath the tweet, Tim Pool, another podcaster some of you may know, posted what looked like a rock-generated list of previous presidents who had violated the Constitution. So I was able to prep myself for the debate, knowing that Michael would pull those examples, which he did. Thomas Jefferson, Louisiana Purchase, ratified by Congress, Abraham Lincoln and FDR, Civil War and World War II. I don't see either of those things happening right now. We can go through the list. I've already conceded that previous presidents have done unconstitutional things, but Donald Trump has done it in a way that no other president has, in a time frame no other president has, without the excuses that other presidents could at least point to. World War II and the Civil War. You think that's what's happening in America right now when he goes after migrants and Home Depot parking lots? No, that is not what's happening right now. And let's just be very clear. Michael says no one could dispute that he's upholding the Constitution. He says histrionics. Do you know who Terry Doughty and Nancy Brazel and Amy Santeev and Trevor McFadden?
Do you think you can win an Israel-Palestine debate against Mehdi in top 4? I would win an Israel-Palestine debate against any pro-Palestine in the world, 100%.
And we'll go through the list. Daniel Rodriguez, Fernando Rodriguez Jr., Alan Albright, Eric Committee, Carl Dudek, Justin Lang. We can go through the list. Do you know who these people are? They are Trump-appointed judges who have ruled against Donald Trump since last January in key constitutional cases. First Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, 14th Amendment. They've all said, Donald Trump, what he's doing is violating the Constitution. These people are not liberals or Marxists, as Stephen Miller says. They're not doing histrionics. As Michael says, they are looking at the Constitution, and even as MAGA judges, they're saying you've gone too far. You have violated these amendments of the Constitution. It's Trump judges saying this, not me. It's Mike Pence saying this, not me. Michael can make these arguments about liberal histrionics. The problem is now.
Is your position closer to Mehdi Hassan or Mark Levin? Is Mark Levin the crazy... Is he a conservative talk show host? Is he the British guy that used to fill in for Rush? I'm making that up, right? I feel like we've watched Mark Levin before. I don't know. That guy's fucking crazy. But Mehdi Hassan is a little bit crazy on Israel too, but Mark Levin is insanely crazy. I don't know. I have no idea.
Now, is that people with eyes and ears who are not MAGA partisans see what is happening here.
Even better audio. We're at 27:20. Oh, fuck. It's not starting from the same spot. Oh.
Right now, when he goes after migrants and Home Depot parking lot, they are looking at the Constitution, and even as MAGA judges, they're saying these arguments about liberal histrionics. The problem is now is that people with eyes and ears who are not MAGA partisans see what is happening here. Donald Trump is doing things the president not done before, including ignoring a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling.
Okay. Let's try our hardest. The next questions really adhere to tire regulations.
I will. It's right there. Oh, are you going to strike? I saw it and defied it. You already didn't see it.
Wait, it's not that bad, I guess, but like, did somebody take the cleaned up audio and use like some kind of AI or whatever to like fill what was missing? I think that's what happened, right? That's what I feel like I'm hearing.
Let's try our hardest. The next questions really adhere to tire regulations.
I will. It's right there. Oh, are you going to strike? I saw it and defied
like
it.
That sounded like a bad like a Chinese like a kung fu movie dub.
Regulations.
I will. It's right there.
Right
oh, are you going to strike?
God damn it. Just let me watch the other one. The other one's fine enough.
It's over. Deportation on this.
To hearing and legal representation.
For a Supreme Court ruling.
Okay. Let's try our hardest. The next questions really adhere to time regulations.
Well, it's right there. Oh, are you going to see it? I saw it and defied it. You already did.
Thank you so much for those thoughts. That was really interesting. Mehdi, I know you talked about ICE immigration, and actually in 2025, the Department of Homeland Security reported record-breaking immigration and enforcement actions with over 600,000 deportations. Given this information, should undocumented immigrants have a right to due process under the Constitution? And if so, can deportations at the rate completed in 2025 be carried out without compromising access to hearings and legal representation?
Sure. Yes. In most cases, the foreigners who are being deported are entitled to due process of the law. This is not the case necessarily when it comes to revocation of visas, which are not some natural or constitutional right. But in the case of the people who are being deported, they are entitled to due process, and they are receiving access, actually, from President Trump. But not all due process is created equal, and the Immigration and Nationality Act is endured for some 60 years and in other forms for longer, recognizes that there is a role for expedited deportations. And it's not only President Trump who's insisted upon this, but it's all of his recent predecessors, going back to Bill Clinton and George Bush and Barack Obama, who he contradicts himself sometimes. The Democrats, when they want to appeal to the people who voted for the mass deportations, and in the vote, they pretend that Barack Obama deported lots and lots of people, as many as Trump. But then when they want to say the deportations were unconstitutional, he really barely deported anybody. But Joe Biden did the same thing, and Trump as well. My opponent says that no one has acted as quickly in these egregious displays as President Trump. That, of course, is facially absurd, because President Trump is only the second president in American history to win a non-consecutive second term, so he's just had longer than any other president other than FDR, who certainly did upset constitutional norms. But regardless,
Well, I think he said in the last year and a half, didn't he? Did I misunderstand that?
They do have due process. He is following that. And the mass deportations really could be much larger. Let's not forget the great Democrat President Truman, who deported near 750,000 foreigners, Mexicans. He did so with scanty due process of the law. That was in 52. President Eisenhower, 1954, deported 1.1 million in Operation Wetback. There was not even really the suggestion that either of those men had violated the law by deporting foreigners who don't really have any right to be here. So President Trump is very much within the mainstream of the Constitution in his deportations. And frankly, I wish he were more.
So just to respond very quickly on the main point about deporting foreigners, you said at the end, who have no right to be here. Notice the phrasing. Deporting foreigners have no right to be here. How do we know they have no right to be here unless they have due process? That's the whole point. When you end up deporting American citizens, do you know they deported American citizens? Terry Doughty is a Trump judge who last year ruled that a 2-year-old American child who was deported with her mother against her father's wishes, who was in the US, he said the administration just deported an American citizen without any meaningful process. That was a Trump judge's verdict when he heard what ICE had done. Right? In Minnesota, another Trump judge, her name is Nancy Brazel, appointed by Donald Trump. She said the government asserts the right to arrest thousands of people, put them in an overcrowded warehouse, and then deny them their right to due process. That's Nancy Brazel ruling against this administration on Fifth Amendment grounds. Again, Trump judges. Michael seems to be under some illusion that we're here to debate Democrats versus Republicans. Unlike Michael, I'm not a partisan. I'm not here to blindly defend Democratic presidents. I don't really care what Harry Truman did. I already conceded. Presidents have done bad things, but no one has done stuff like Trump. Let me give you one example. 18 months he's been in office. 18 months. He's defied court cases, defied court orders in 1 in 8 cases. AP just recorded this the other day. 31 court cases that he lost. He's just ignoring the court orders. Presidents haven't done that before. They violated the Constitution. Then a court says, hey, you did something wrong. And then they fix it. They don't say F off to the judges. That is what this president does. Let me give you another example on the immigration front. Between October and February of this year, according to a recent study, hundreds of judges across the country ruled 4,400 times. Let me say that again. 4,400 times judges across the country ruled that Donald Trump and his administration were illegally detaining migrants in this country without due process. 4,400 times. You find me another president, I'll wait here all day, who's done that in a 4-month period. 4,400 rulings by judges. By the way, in 1 in 4 cases where judges rule against Trump, these are Republican-appointed judges. So this argument from Miller and co, these are all Marxists. No, these are judges, conservative, liberal, press Republicans saying Donald Trump's violating the law, even when it comes to migrants. Even foreign students who have a right to be here. Under the Constitution, First Amendment covers foreign students in this room. I hope foreign students here know.
I'm a little confused by my opponent's argument because he tells me he's not a partisan and he's not here to debate Republicans and Democrats. Almost the very first word out of his mouth was Mike Pence and appealing to all of these Republican judges. But listen, I think Republicans...
What kind of... God, I hate this guy. The reason why Mehdi is appealing to Republicans is because it's a strike against the idea, and I don't even have to say this because Mehdi himself said it like 20 times. It's a strike against this idea that these are all Marxist partisan judges. They're not. They're Republican judges that are ruling against you over and over and over again. That's why he's bringing it up. But Michael Knowles is a professional dipshit, so...
His mouth was Mike Pence and appealing to all of these Republican judges. But listen, I think the Republican Party is the worst party in the United States other than the Democrats. So, I'm not here to, as my opponent does seem to be, to go tit for tat on Republicans versus Democrats. We're here to talk about the Constitution, and we can't talk about how the Constitution has actually governed the country unless we talk about the people who have effected it, and those people are Republicans and no Democrats. But I'm also confused by my opponent's reaction, and I think this might be because the opponent here has the misfortune. Growing up in a foreign country, he did not learn proper English. The United Kingdom, they don't. So maybe he misheard when I spoke. I answered in the affirmative. Of course, illegal aliens in most cases have the right to due process, but they don't have the right to lengthy due process. This has been
not lengthy due process. Oh, not lengthy due process.
The United Kingdom, they don't. So maybe he misheard when I spoke. I answered in the affirmative. Of course, illegal aliens in most cases have the right to due process, but they don't have the right to lengthy due process. This has been precedent for many decades, and in all of those cases, my opponent here cites the AP. This involves these problems with the courts generally involve delays more than outright refusals, and both Barack Obama and Joe Biden have also been guilty of some delays. So I'm happy that in this one case.
I'm sorry. I have a strong feeling on this, especially because I see it happen in my court case all the time. I think that federal judges need to be way more aggressive with contempt. I think so. I think that if you can demonstrate. That somebody is being contemptuous of the court process, is delaying, not following through the court order, is ignoring preliminary injunctions, preliminary stays, or whatever. Like, I think that judges need to start handing out these contempts way more quickly. That's just my opinion. I think it's crazy how many times, what's his name? It's not Bosenberg. Boasberg, and like these other judges, the one in Minnesota, are like finding that the Trump admin is just goofing off over and over and over again. It's like, do something about it, okay? Get the marshals out there, make them earn their paycheck. Go start rounding some of these motherfuckers up, arrest them, charge them with something, hold them in contempt. They're not engaging honestly with the process.
You're in agreement. The illegal aliens deserve due process, and now that they have it, they need to get out.
Okay, well, again, remember repeating it tonight for several days.
This is his alma mater, they said. I hate this so much. Dude, Nettie is a fucking, for however Bergen can be on his head, he's a super debate assassin. Ready, go! This is just to protect Knowles. Oh, it's his dad. Sorry. Okay.
You can tell if you're resentful. Love to now talk about fine for 1 year and etc. Specifically, President Trump's Operation Epic Fury targeting Iran was carried out without prior authorization from Congress. This
Was carried out without opposition from Congress.
has reignited a long-standing constitutional debate over war powers. At the same time, President Trump has argued that involving Congress can pose operational risks, citing concerns about leaks and the need for speed in national security decisions. So the question is, how should we balance Congress's right to declare war with the practical demand of secrecy and rapid response in modern warfare, and with Trump's actions significantly different from that?
By the way, there are arguments you might be able to make about what you could.
Ouchies, that hurt. No. Play Fortnite? Yeah. No, you said so. There is a chance.
Should have to go to Congress for, or what the fuck ever. That's not one of them. I can't talk to my Congress because I'm scared they're gonna leak shit. Like, you can still have
Back
closed
in
door
my
hearings.
day,
You can do
nothing
closed door
gave
stuff.
you more
We voted for the fucking war in Iraq. Like, this idea, like, I can't tell Congress, they might leak it, is the most retarded possible excuse you can get for this. That's insane to me.
Or did it represent a growing trend among these big corporations?
Hi,
We'll see.
this is It's a great question, and I'm glad you mentioned the speed issue. Before Hot Ones.
I love spicy food, but I'm not sure if I'm very good. So this is me after Hot Ones. How good is it with the beer?
Disclaimer: Hot Ones is not to be taken lightly or seriously. It's made under the context of satire, parody, and comedy. Remember, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. We'll continue making these episodes until I, Juan Hungrybox of Gedma, am formally invited on the Hot Ones. The ball's in your court, Sean. Welcome to Hot Ones, the show with spicy wings and even spicier gamers. I'm Liquid Hungrybox, and today we are joined by the #1 Super Smash Bros. Ultimate player in the world, Equifox's very own MK Leo. My friend, how are you today?
Doing good, kind of nervous. I mean, I haven't eaten the whole day. I'm kind of excited.
So that's kind of odd that an Evo champion who came back game 4 last stock 130% would be nervous about eating some wings.
Of course.
Why are you nervous?
Spicy.
You might complain about spiciness, but I think I ran a poll on Twitter. I think 20,000 people voted.
Yo, this year, so I think like he knows he can.
Disclaimer: Hot Ones is not to be taken lightly. Controller. And then I question myself, why am I doing this? I am not doing this one bit. And I think people get upset about random one. These F words, they way so hard. Travel more. You can go. Disclaimer: Hot Ones is not to be taken.
Maybe I can't. I mean, I'll perform respect.
I love it. One more question though. I mean, McDonald's in the middle of the list where it should be. Talk about it, I love it where it should be. What is with you and your... I noticed you, as a person since I met you 10 years ago, you cough a lot. So
yeah,
I'm gonna
be that.
We should tell the editors. We'll do a cough counter bottom right of the screen. Warning: Hot Ones is clearly and obviously a ripoff of a show we did not create. We've listened to all of your concerns.
It's all fast food. Like, what do you expect? You want gourmet fucking burgers at 2 a.m.?
I want food that actually fucking tastes decently for once in my life. I've had some like horrible experiences, but I will say. For some weird reason, in terms of consistency, you know, I have good days and off days of fast food. McDonald's for some.
Shared a bit of pastry with a crow down his alligator Loki for Halloween, and it has to be the cutest thing I've ever seen. So freaking adorable. His dad would be so goddamn proud of his family, just in general.
So if you think one fast food's better than the other, you're just a chode.
Disclaimer, hot ones is not to be taken lightly.
Then what the fuck? If you cross me, like, I'll deal with you directly. But you cross people around me, and it's like, that's where I really stand up. And so the first time I ever roasted somebody before.
بس هذا شايلين الثلاجة ما أروح نجيب منها ما أروح خلصنا وين نروح؟ نريد نروح ثواني نرفز ثواني نرفز بدون نسكت خلينا نخلص بعدين
Went like massive and became a thing. Reaching out to what do we do?
In potatoes, you heard me.
False.
It's a fact, actually.
What the fuck?
Pinaroo, Australia. Potato farming town, home.
Oh my god, dude. I wanna shut down this thing on my monitor. program that's frozen on my screen at full screen, and it's like I can't even open Task Manager because everything goes to the first monitor.